welcome. Thank you so much, Bob Marley, an Italian boy, for stopping by. Much appreciated. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell, doing a science and news stream. I think it's been a while, at least a week, if not longer, where I've had a stream devoted to covering science and news. I think at this point, I more frequently do workout streams than science and news streams. So I'm hoping that I can stream, more science and news. My schedule's sort of starting to normalize, and I think I'm not gonna make any promises, but I think I'll be able to stream more for the next few weeks. Oh yeah, well, I think you've, at least as far as I can remember, Bob Marley, you've always been here from the start. But I could be wrong. And yeah, so what's up? Little, I guess, update on myself. So, I had a good workout earlier today that I didn't stream, obviously. But I'm also hoping to do more workout streams in the future. I'm still going to be sticking with at least the, the once a week, and also like in that newer, nicer space. But I'm hoping somewhere in the near future. Well, so if you want to have more workout streams, then I need the support to do more workout streams. Like as much as I want to do, like I would do a workout stream like pretty much every single day. But I cannot afford to do that right now. Maybe sometime in the future, but for the time being, once a week, and I appreciate the positive feedback. Like, I do want to do more workout streams. Like, that is, that's pretty much like combining two passions of mine: working out, streaming, interacting with my community, etc., etc. So at some point, I'm hoping it happens. And also, other updates is that, so I've been going through some job interview processes. A few weeks ago, or like a little over a month ago, I applied to be a medical writer. And like I went through pretty much a lengthy interview process for that. I didn't end up getting the position. And it was actually not really a surprise to me. Or rather, like, I applied for that sort of as, like, just shooting my shot. Of, like, whatever, I'm technically not qualified on paper for this position. But I threw my CV in the ring. And they were... my CV was one of the ones that, seemed to stand out. Or, like, that they... Basically, I got really far in the selection process. I think I had, like, 4 interviews in total, and a medical writing test that I had to complete. And based off of the last email that I got, like, the email notifying me that I didn't get the position, again, assuming they're telling the truth, which I kind of hope that they are, and I don't see why they would lie about this. But they said I was one of their 3 finalists, and that, if there's any opportunity in the future, they would definitely revisit my application and my test. And let me just catch up with chat. I must confess that I often show up right at the announcement, see the countdown, say hi. Oh, that's fine. Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just happy that you tune in at all, Bob Marley. Like, I'm just grateful, and especially given the fact that all of the links and the articles that you send, you provide just great information. So, like, I'm just happy to have you here in any capacity. And yes, so to answer your question, Italian boy, it would have been considerably more money than I make now. Not that, like, I'm struggling currently, but it would almost probably, and not that I'm also rich either. Like, I'm pretty much, like, I make enough to make ends meet, and save a little bit, but I don't. Oh, wow. Zeron, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Always happy to have you here. But it basically would have, like, I don't know, doubled my overall income. And, like, there was large room to grow there. But let's just say to provide also, so I didn't apply. I applied for one job and I went through another interview process for another position. And it's so the company that I applied to for the medical writer position, okay, which I didn't end up getting, another department, okay, another department, the quality control department, reached out to me. Like, I think my resume or CV was getting passed around, or rather, like, since I'd get the medical writing position, they like passed me to like another department, and this department reached out to me. It's the quality control department, and it was for a position about medical editing. So instead of writing the medical stuff, it's basically like quality control, of like looking it over, and like giving it sort of a stamp of approval. And so I went through the interview process for that. And also, I did a test for that one as well. and turns out I'm overqualified for that position. Or at least during the first interview, when I was like, you know, pretty much going through the basics, like in the first 10 minutes of the interview, they're like, ooh, I think you might be overqualified for this position. But they were like, whatever, we'll give you the test anyways. And like, I did the test. It was 2.5 hours. And then they said like, yeah, we're going to go with another candidate. I'm reasonably sure I did well on the test because it was a much easier test than the medical writing one. But that was a little bit, you know, I got a little bit of a, I guess, an ego boost, given the fact that I got pretty far in the medical writing, whatever screening process. And then like, I was brought back down to reality, of like, oh, well, you're overqualified for this position. So then it's like, well, where do I go? Let me just catch up with chat. Also, again, I don't think I welcomed you, but welcome, Zeron. So I'm not quitting my startup. Like, I will, like, unless they fire me, which I know, or well, I'm like, have a high degree of certainty that they're not going to fire me, because they can't really afford to fire me. But like, until I get like, until I secure another position, I don't have any immediate plans to leave the startup. And yeah, I'm sad they said no also, Italian boy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, after the first interview, okay, I had no idea whether they were going to reach out to me again, but they did, and like, they gave me the test. So I took that as positive feedback. Then after I submitted the test and they looked it over, they asked me back for another interview. And so I basically like got my hopes up multiple times, and then to be told pretty much like right at the finish line, no, you cannot pass go, you cannot collect $200. I was pretty let down, because that would have been a huge step, because those types of medical writing positions are like very often like almost exclusively reserved for people that have PhDs. And given the fact that I don't have one, I technically wasn't qualified on paper, but the fact that I was just able to get far, I felt good about that. And I know for sure, okay, because their website is updated, I know who they ended up hiring for that position, and that person has completed their PhD. So just the fact that I was able to pretty much perform on par with someone that has their PhD, I'm happy about that. Let's see. Yeah, next time, play dumb. It's, you know, I haven't been through a lot of interview processes, but there's clearly a learning curve associated with it, of like, whatever. I guess you shouldn't oversell yourself, especially if it's like a position that you're overqualified for.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and so thank you so much for the follow, Globus. I definitely know you from, you know, Endless Cemeteries community, from Tegma's community. So thank you so much for the follow. Grateful to have you here. But so to answer your question, Italian boy, I do not currently have my PhD. I'm in the process of hopefully completing it, but as of right now, I do not have a full PhD. I don't have that piece of paper. And yeah, Zeron, I am proud of myself. And if you want to have that discussion, I would say, so there's definitely things that I want to cover this stream, but I have no problem, like, if after I've covered some news stories that I want to like cover, I have no problem having that discussion if you want. So I'm pretty sure Twitch does unfollow people after a certain amount of time. Like I don't know if there are actively people that are unfollowing me, but every once in a while when I look at my follower account, or my follower count, I do notice it go down, dip a bit, and I don't think like people just going to my channel clicking unfollow, but maybe it is. Yeah, after the first 3 or 4,
Welcome to Flavor
there's
Country.
Aroma Joan. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. So, to not delay our discussion here on, I guess I should get right into the news stories. Some local ones. So there's like this one local news story to just sort of maybe cover one of the reasons why Quebec, which is the province that I live in, gets this label of xenophobic. Because, I think Quebec pretty much makes the headlines for a lot of negative reasons, and some of them are totally justified. And Flash the Blind, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. I feel like I've come across that username before, but I could be mistaken. And Chutoy, welcome. Are we destroying the planet? Quite intact, but we sure as hell are devastating the ecosystem and atmosphere and oceans. So I don't know, is my stream title clickbaity? I have no problem admitting that. But I take your point that I think we're on the same page, that we are devastating the ecosystem, the atmosphere, and the oceans. So there's certainly absolutely an Islamophobic element to Quebec. Okay, there are many phobic elements to Quebec, and this story will probably touch upon that. So this was published just yesterday. Well, I know I'm pretty sure there's more nuance to what Bob Marley means. I think they're more coming from it as like, I know that they're not religious and they're just being critical of the religion, but I know that they are not Islamophobic. But it could be wrong. I don't want to mischaracterize Bob Marley. So, couple was told to speak French, go home to India or Pakistan in August 11 incident, and this was apparently filmed. A man who was filmed hurling racist insults towards a couple in the Montreal borough of LaSalle last month has been arrested, Montreal police confirmed Thursday. On August 11th, I'm probably going to butcher this, Nadisha Hossain and her husband were berated by a francophone man who told the Montrealers of Indian descent go back to their country after they spoke to him in English. The incident occurred when Hossain stopped reversing her car out of her driveway to allow the man to walk past on the sidewalk. And so here's where I've mentioned it before on stream of like, I live in Quebec, okay? And I'm born and raised in Quebec, but I'm Anglophone. There was one time many years ago, like decades ago, I was pretty fluent in French, not perfectly bilingual, but my French was like at a good working capacity that I could have, a decent conversation. But, since I'm Anglophone, since I'm surrounded by pretty much other Anglophones, my friends are Anglophone, my family, obviously Anglophone, all my schooling has taken place in English. And so just my level of French has pretty much been eroded from my brain to the point that I basically don't speak French anymore. I'm pretty much like fully Anglophone, and any French that I have is just like the most basic of French. I can read it at like a beginner, intermediate level, but to converse with it, to have a full-fledged conversation in French, basically not in the cards for me. And there is totally an anti-Anglophone sentiment in Quebec. Or rather, Quebecers really don't. Also, please, in English, flash the blind. Otherwise, I will have to remove you from the channel, because that is... since I don't know what you're saying. I have to delete that. Alright. Sure, if you want to label me as Islamophobe, by all means, that's fine. But I'm just trying to, you know, pretty much ensure that, like, what's being said in my chat, like, you know, I want to know what's being said in my chat, and I can't confidently, like, I have no idea what that is. And everyone, please be kind and respectful, even with disagreement. But yeah, like I was saying, Quebec, French Quebecers, you know, they don't really like Anglophone individuals like me that are native Quebecers. And they very much want to preserve their language, or rather the angle that they come from is they want to preserve their language, they want to preserve their culture. And that in order to preserve their culture, like, language comes first. Like, pretty much the foundation, or like the stepping stone of preserving the culture is preserving their language. And that's why we have language laws here in Quebec. So, Hussein said the man immediately became aggressive and approached her passenger window. He said, "You people have to learn to stay in the driveway or be on the street." When Hussein's husband, who was standing outside, told the man in English that his wife only stopped to let him pass, the man began screaming at the couple that they had to learn to speak French because they live in Quebec. Both of them are bilingual. And it's like, this is pretty much not a super rare occurrence in Quebec, okay? Ziron, please don't do that. I don't want to have to, like... I shouldn't have to go to this extent. Oh, okay. Oh, well, since I know you, and since I trust you, I will keep it. And I appreciate you trying to get my message across. So when Hussein's husband continued to speak to the man in English, the man told the couple to go home to India or Pakistan. Okay, and this is also not a rare occurrence. Like, there are multiple stories, multiple occurrences. Like, I have no doubt that this, you know, happens pretty much on a daily basis, or, you know, to many people in Quebec on a day-to-day basis. Where it's like, if someone who's, you know, Quebecois French, and they hear you speaking English, like, they get very visibly upset and angry. As in, they would probably tell me to, like, go back to my country, even though I've been born and raised here. Please. Please, please. Bear with me. Well, yeah, okay. Well, then there should be no issue whatsoever. Hossein said she pulled out her phone and began recording the situation as her 8-year-old daughter watched from the back seat, frightened. "I was shaken, my daughter on the other. She was more affected by the entire thing because it's been a couple of weeks and she still asks questions." Following the incident, Hossein called police to report what she felt was a hate crime, but was told that there was nothing they could do as no threats against her or her family were uttered. However, police transferred the incident report and the video to its hate crime division, and this was established in 2016. In a statement Thursday, Montreal police said they arrested the suspect that morning following investigation by that unit. He is also involved in another separate event, this time for assault on a citizen, the statement said. This is probably not surprising. The man almost took a swing at CTV reporter Stéphane Giroux while he was in LaSalle reporting on the initial incident. The case has been transferred to Quebec's prosecution office for review. The man has not been formally charged. Oh, and the Olive, welcome, oh yes. Sometimes messages don't come through from YouTube to here. Which I apologize if I miss anything. Like, you know, I only have so many screens, and I only have, you know, so much brain power. And some people might say that I have no brain power whatsoever. Hossein said she feels safer now that police informed her he was given a restraining order. I don't have to look both ways before we actually leave the house in the morning with the girls. We don't have to look over our back anymore. Elaine Babineau, a former RCMP officer and prominent police reform advocate, believes that the fact the incident was recorded made a difference in how police reacted. It's unfortunate because most often people will not get an opportunity to record the incident, but in this case, they did, and it drew public support and really pushed the SPVM to investigate. It's basically our police force. Hossein hopes her family's experience might help others come forward to denounce racist behavior. I want people to feel as though, yes, they do have a voice, and it should be heard, and nobody should be spoken to that way. And like, here's where, you know, this situation, okay, was, like I said, is almost certainly a regular occurrence for many people in Quebec. And I think it's, you know, even with these stories, I have no doubt that this was like this was underreported pre-cell phones, right? Because with the, just like what we're seeing with, you know, police footage in the United States from cell phones, similar thing of like, now we have the ability to basically catch racist behavior or racist sentiments in real time. And as this RCMP officer alluded to, you know, the fact that they had video backing it up allowed an investigation to occur and for this person to be arrested because there's actual video evidence. Whereas before, we just have to pretty much, it's one person's word against another. And so it's like, you know, what can we do in that situation? But given the fact that there's now actual footage, like, it's, you know, a pretty case closed situation. But let me catch up with chat. I know that I'm missing a bunch. The Practical Islam in a group of generally left-wing progressive people is difficult to get a point across without being collated. I don't disagree with that sentiment. It's a hard line to walk, and I have no problem admitting myself that there's aspects of any religion, okay? I'm not religious. I'm basically atheist, if not sort of, you know, anti-religious. And there are aspects of pretty much every religion that I take issue with. Take issue with any aspects of Christianity. I take issue with many aspects of Islam. And so, like, whatever. If those make me, I'm just as much as a, you know, Christianophobe as I am, I guess, an Islamophobe. If you want to, you know, I guess, put it on equal footing. It's the average Muslim and Christian who differ most. That's also a fair point. And yes, I do respond to feedback as best I can. And if you provide feedback in the Discord, like, I will almost certainly take it into account. And if it's a recommendation that I agree with, I have no problem implementing it. Okay, that's curious. I'm curious how exactly or why, if you want to share, you are pro-religion. Okay. So, before, I guess I get into some of the science, of my stream title, okay? Or some of the research. You know, one of the reasons why I am asking the question, are we destroying, you know, the environment? Are we destroying the earth? Is this story was published 5 days ago. And I think it's fair to say that deforestation is occurring on a massive scale. And this, at least to me, this was a pretty like sad story to read. Not only like did the last person of a particular tribe appear to have like died, it appeared that they were just like living alone, like literally the last of their tribe for like decades. And this has largely been driven by essentially like environmental encroachment or like massive deforestation, particularly in Brazil. Make people happy and doesn't attack. Well, so I totally agree with that sentiment, Oily Olive. Of like, I'm all for more or less like whatever makes people happy, and that doesn't cultivate anybody or doesn't encourage anybody to attack others. I think that's a good thing. But I think not everyone, but I think many people see the obvious issue of like certain religions have irreconcilable differences. And so like, it's obviously a stupid question, but how do you reconcile irreconcilable differences? I believe spirituality and to extent religion are both vital to... Okay, so I'm going to touch upon that once I get through this story, because here is where I view religion. Where I will back this up, or attempt to back this up by research. I view religion or belief in a supernatural, whatever, deity or being. I actually view it from like an attachment perspective of like, I think our ability to believe in gods or the supernatural, I think that is a testament to how important it is for us humans to connect, to basically connect with anything, not even a fellow human, as in like the most secure connection that you can make is with something that is pretty much omnipotent, that is technically outside of the realm, that is supernatural. Like it's the adult version of an imaginary friend, as in like when you are younger and if you're feeling socially isolated, if you're a child socially isolated, or if you're neglected by your parents, to me it makes total sense to have an imaginary friend, to make up an imaginary friend. To me, that just is like huge testament how important it is for our psychological well-being to connect with, hopefully another human being. But if there's no other human being, then you have an imaginary human being. I guess sort of, I think a rough example that I would use is like the movie Castaway. Tom Hanks in the movie Castaway, and like just how they interact. Like they literally interact with a volleyball, because like in complete social isolation, like it is crucial for our well-being to interact with something. And I will attempt to back that up with a little bit of evidence once I get through the story. The last remaining member of an uncontacted indigenous group in Brazil has died, officials say. The man, whose name was not known, had lived in total isolation for the past 26 years. He was known as Man of the Hole because he dug deep holes, some of which he used to trap animals while others appeared to be hiding spaces. His body was found on 23 August in a hammock outside his straw hut. There were no signs of violence. He's thought to have died of natural causes at an estimated age of 60. The man was the last of an indigenous group living in the Tanaru indigenous area in the state of Rondônia, which borders Bolivia. The majority of his tribe are believed to have been killed as early as the 1970s by ranchers wanting to expand their land. In 1995, 6 of the remaining members of his tribe were killed in an attack by illegal miners, making him the sole survivor. So it's like in 1995, pretty much the rest of his tribe were killed. And pretty much since then, it appears that he's just been living alone. in that scenario of social isolation. Brazil's Indigenous Affairs Agency only became aware of his survival in 1996 and had been monitoring the area ever since for his own safety. It was during a routine patrol that FUNAI agent Jose found the man's body covered in macaw feathers in a hammock outside one of his straw huts. Indigenous expert Marcelo dos Santos told local media that he thought the man had placed the feathers on himself, knowing that he was about to die. He was waiting for death. There were no signs of violence, he said, adding that the man had probably died 40 to 50 days before his body was found. There were no signs of any incursions in his territory, and nothing in his hut had been disturbed, officials said. A post-mortem will be carried out to try to determine whether he had contracted a disease. As he had avoided any contact with outsiders, it is not known what language the man spoke or which ethnic group he may have belonged to. In 2018, members of FUNAI managed to film him during a chance encounter in the jungle. In the footage, he can be seen hacking at a tree with something resembling an axe. There had been no sighting of him since, but FUNAI agents did come across his straw huts and the deep holes he dug. Some had sharpened spikes at the bottom and are thought to have been traps for animals he hunted, such as wild boar. Mr. Algayer, the FUNAI agent who found his body, said that all of the huts the man had built over the years, of which there were more than 50, also contained a 3-meter deep hole. Zoom in more. Mr. Algayer thinks the holes may have held a spiritual significance for the man, while others have speculated that he may have used them as hiding places. Evidence found over the years in the area also suggests he planted maize and manioc. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I have no idea what that is. And collected honey as well as fruits such as papaya and bananas. Under Brazil's constitution, indigenous people have a right to their traditional land and access to the land he inhabited, known as the Tanaro Indigenous Territory, has been restricted since 1998. The areas surrounding the 8,070-hectare territory are used for farming, and landowners have in the past expressed their anger at being banned from entering the indigenous territory. In 2009, a FUNAI post in the area was damaged and cartridge shells were left behind in what was considered a threat to the man of the hole and the FUNAI agents protecting him. The restriction order has to be renewed every few years, and in order for it to be approved, the presence of members of an indigenous group on the land in question has to be documented. With the man of the hole dead, indigenous rights groups have called for the Tanaro Reserve to be granted permanent protection. There are about 240 indigenous tribes in Brazil, with many under threat as illegal miners, loggers, and farmers encroach onto their territory. War on Survival International, a pressure group fighting for the rights of indigenous people. The risks facing Brazil's indigenous people were highlighted recently when activist Chai Suri, I'm again mispronouncing that, received death threats after she gave a passionate speech at the opening ceremony of the COP26 Global Climate Summit in Glasgow. And so it's like, you know, I find this pretty deeply saddening. Like literally, the person who is their last of their tribe or group just passes away. And it seems like, I guess, on a slightly bright spot, they passed away of seemingly natural causes. But to be pretty much alone for decades, knowing that, well, presumably knowing that your entire tribe has, you know, died. Like, I don't know, credit to this individual for, like, pretty much living alone for decades and decades. I don't know that I'd be able to do that. But I guess you don't know until you put on that situation. Well, so I'm not going to completely make a one-to-one analogy that, like, religion is just an imaginary friend. Obviously, it's a bit more complicated than that. But I think there are many parallels to draw. And I think there are, you know, good evolutionary or psychological explanations for why, you know, people can be religious. As a theory of meta-religion, that one honestly comes off as a bit reaching. So, I I'm curious as to which one you say is reaching. Yes, I am. But before I move on to that, let me just try to explain where I'm coming from, of like, why do I view religion as kind of an imaginary friend, or like a secure connection for an adult. One second. I'm just trying to find the research in my database. One second. Okay. So, I mean, I've covered on my stream, or like I think I've made it abundantly clear on my stream, that I take an attachment theory perspective to many things. Or rather, you know, if there's evidence pointing in the attachment direction, I tend to follow it, and I follow the research pretty closely. Like, I'm not gonna lie, or rather, I have no problem admitting, I have literally read the textbook on attachment theory, or read a textbook on attachment theory. Oh no, I actually, yes, I did. One second. I think I have it up. Yes. So to answer your question, Oily Olive, I'm not ignoring you. I haven't read this yet, but I do intend to read it. Okay. So, attachment theory, without, you know, doing a deep dive and going through all the research on attachment theory that I have, because that would literally take, you know, thousands of hours. But, you know, me as a biologist, okay, and I think I understand, you know, biology pretty well. Not everything about biology, but, you know, I have a high degree of understanding of genetics. I have a high degree of understanding of, you know, human or animal physiology. And let's just say there don't appear to be a lot of like deeply rooted, you know, biological behaviors, or like behaviors that are just like, oh, this is just biology. But if there's one thing that I would confidently say in terms of like, what is a behavior, or like, you know, what is a thing that is like rooted, that we are wired for, it does appear to be that attachment, or attaching to someone or something, is just something that we are wired for. And like the research in my mind, like very explicitly and clearly like bears that out. We have an attachment system. Like we can measure attachment at a young age. We can measure attachment at the level of the brain. We now have neuroscience data showing that there's a difference between like there's a difference at the level of the brain between someone who has an insecure attachment and someone who has a secure attachment. And that someone who has a secure attachment, like there are all kinds of like positive benefits to that. Okay. And you know, we now have data and experiments showing, okay, that you can promote secure attachment. I mean, this is literally what this paper sort of touches upon. It's in the title: boosting attachment security to promote mental health, pro-social values, and intergroup tolerance. Okay. And, you know, I'm not going to read the entire thing, But, you know, we on the left, who are largely, or who are, you know, more often atheists or not religious, you know, we have to contend with the fact, okay, like the research does appear to bear out that those who are religious, they reap some benefits. They reap some benefits when it comes to rates of depression, lower rates of depression, lower rates of anxiety. There's a boost in their overall psychological well-being. So how do we integrate that? Okay, or what is the explanation? And one of the explanations put forth is that, like, yes, religion is a source of community, right? Going to church, and like it's a source of community that, you know, there's almost certainly a lot of shared values or shared experiences, right? Like those who are Christian, who go to the same church, you know, they're just going to share a lot in common. And so it's like, it makes sense that this sense of community certainly plays a part in terms of like the psychological boost. But I think there's emerging evidence, or at least decent evidence at this point, showing that, again, well, what is like the most secure attachment that you can have? The most secure attachment that you can have is to an individual, okay, that is basically like you can't break that bond, or like you are the only one that can break the bond with a deity. Like in any other human relationship, you are pretty much relying on the other person, or like it's a 50-50. Like if that person chooses to sever the connection, well, that's not in your control. As opposed to like you have total control in terms of the connection you have with a supernatural deity or with an imaginary friend. Where it's like, you know, what is the stereotype of like someone who's, you know, going through the prison system, or like someone who was an atheist or wasn't religious before going to prison? You know, it's almost like a stereotype. They go to prison, they find God, they become reformed, and, you know, they maintain that faith for the rest of their life. And, you know, that's based off of what I know, that makes almost perfect psychological sense to me. In terms of like, if someone's going to prison, that is, you know, obviously a harsh environment. Not only is it a harsh environment, but like you are probably not going to make very many secure connections with other human beings in prison, or rather, you know, you might become part of a gang or whatnot, but those are not exactly like the most secure connections. And as part of attachment theory, we have what we call proximity seeking, as in like when we feel threatened, when we feel in danger, like the healthy response is to seek out an attachment figure. And so I view someone who like finds God or finds religion as they go through prison, to me, that is just proximity seeking behavior. And they touch upon it here. Like I've highlighted it. Like I've read this entire article before, so it's not like, you know, I just read the headline. You can see I've highlighted throughout. And I don't think I've gone through this article on stream. But where was I? But they touch upon it. I have to find it again. Right. So there may also be context-specific attachment figures, real or potential sources of comfort and support in specific milieus, such as therapists in therapeutic settings, or leaders in organizational settings, for example, business organizations or the military. Moreover, groups, institutions, and symbolic personages, for example, God, can become targets of proximity seeking and sources of security. There is evidence that many young children have imaginary friends, that some married adults who suffer the death of a spouse continue to experience the spouse's presence and seek his or her assistance and support in times of need, and that many adults believe they can and do obtain protection and comfort from gods, angels, saints, and the spirits of deceased ancestors. And there's lots of research to back up these. Well, I mean, they are referencing research here, obviously, because this is a scientific article. But to me, oh, I just highlighted a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna have to deal with that later. But Yes, that's why I say, okay, that, you know, God or religious, that's like, that very much functions. It's not the only function, but it functions as an imaginary friend for an adult. Like, there is no more secure connection than the connection to a supernatural being that you have complete control over, as in you choose to believe in God. Like, you know, it's based off of your faith, and that is something that you control. Second, the erudite person you had on is eating dinner. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, they are in Miami, and they went on like a podcast yesterday. I think I caught a little bit of it. I tend to frame most things under a dialectical variant of narrative hermeneutics. I'm not sure I fully understand exactly what you mean by that. I think my imaginary friend is my evil side. I don't have problems with atheists, but have an issue with anti-Christians. Thought I found another vegan I liked, but crazy as well, and supported a thief over the owner. Okay, well, so just like in any movement, or in any group of people, left, right, vegan, vegetarian, omnivores, you know, even as someone who aspires to be vegan, I fully recognize that, you know, not every vegan is a saint, or like there are certainly bad actors in the vegan movement. And also, I would not characterize any side of you as evil, Oily Olive. I don't think you have an evil side. I obviously don't know you that well, but I think I know enough to say that you don't have an evil side. So that is why, like, I view religion or believing in God as essentially, you know, an imaginary friend, or like it can function as pretty much a surrogate secure connection. And I think that speaks, or is like really a really high testament how important it is for us as humans to connect with other things. Hopefully other humans, but clearly not always the case of it being other humans. So, okay, well, I apologize if I missed that. So, climate change, and again, before covering some of the research, so this was sent by, I think, Anosmia in the Discord, which I'm grateful that they shared this. I haven't read it yet, but it seems like others in the Discord have, and they have some issues with it. But I'm just going to read it and give my take on it, and hopefully I can cover some of the science of climate change. America is taking a Punish America approach to reducing, well, first of all, you know, a pro-human, pro-freedom policy for CO2 emissions. Already, I think this title, it's not really the greatest title, or like, you know, there's some clear, I don't know, spin or agenda already baked into the title. The pro-human CO2 policy is to reduce CO2 emissions long-term through liberating innovation, not punishing America, as if, like, America is the only thing that matters anyways. But either way, like, as I sort of mentioned in the Discord, I'm going to try and maintain an open mind. America is taking a Punish America... Oh, and Sir Leviticus, 69, welcome, thank you so much. I think I've seen you in Towler's stream, and other fellow streamers. So thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here and grateful. Absolutely, America, number one. Number one in CO2 emissions per capita, or like 1 or 2. America is taking a Punish America approach to reducing CO2, making our energy more expensive and less reliable, while China, Russia, and others increase their emissions. The only moral and practical way to reduce CO2 emissions is innovation. That makes low-carbon energy globally cost-competitive. So long as fossil fuels are the most cost-competitive option for people, especially in developing nations, they will rightly choose to emit CO2. The US causes 1/6 of global CO2 emissions and falling. Well, first of all, even this framing, okay, because So global warming, or climate change, I guess to use whatever the more neutral term, climate change is not only about CO2. Oh wow, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Sir Leviticus. You're always generous, Oily Olive, and as always, I can't thank you enough. So, climate change is driven by greenhouse gas emissions, or rather, just to put it more bluntly, it's not only CO2 that matters when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm not sure why they're, I think there's probably a reason why they're only singling out CO2 emissions. Like, certainly CO2 is part of, or one of the drivers of climate change, but it's not the only thing. There are other, it's in the title, greenhouse gas emissions. So there are other greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. And so framing it like this, I think, is a little bit misleading, or maybe a lot of bit misleading. The main reason global CO2 emissions are rising is because billions of people in the developing world are bringing themselves out of poverty by using fossil fuels to power factories, farms, vehicles, and appliances. I wonder what this reference to, but I'm not going to click it. And so yes, they bring up this chart, okay, and this is from Our World in Data. I think it's one of these ones. Yeah, I think it's like literally this one right here. Annual CO2 emissions from fossil fuels by world region. So, this is accurately adapted from Our World in Data, so I don't take any issue with that. The developing world overwhelmingly uses fossil fuels because that is by far the lowest cost way for them to get reliable energy. Unreliable solar and wind can't come close. That's why China and India have hundreds of new coal plants in development. I'd say that's a bit of a jump, but okay. The only way to lower CO2 emissions and benefit America is to promote innovation, and that makes low carbon energy truly reliable and low cost. Are China and India going to stop using fossil fuels so long as they are the lowest cost option? They won't, and they shouldn't. So I haven't looked into this that heavily, but from what I remember correctly, China is still investing pretty heavily in nuclear energy. I think they are one of the. I don't want to misspeak. So I'm not going to say this as fact, but if I remember correctly, China is one of the leading leading constructors of nuclear power plants. In that they are investing heavily in quote unquote green or renewable energy. I think, again, if I remember correctly, they are dramatically outspending the United States when it comes to green or renewable energy. The opportunity, fortunately, there are low carbon energy technologies with great promise. For example, nuclear energy provided low cost, reliable electricity in the 1960s and 1970s, and has shown great promise for providing industrial process heat as well as power for heavy duty transportation. What promising low carbon energy technologies need above all to become cost competitive is freedom to innovate. It's always about freedom. And what does freedom to innovate mean? I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that they just mean deregulation, as in just any barrier, any quote unquote barriers to innovation, to just get rid of them. Entrepreneurs need to be free to rapidly test, implement, and evolve their ideas, whether for a promising nuclear power plant design or for a new type of deep geothermal well. The problem, instead of low carbon energy evolving to become more cost effective than fossil fuels, we are seeing huge government preferences for solar and wind solutions that make electricity more expensive and less reliable, while nuclear is stagnant or declining in much of the world. I don't know that this is true. Once a bloom, I might troll you, but that's okay. Well, first of all, I'm probably one of the easiest persons to troll, since I probably take too many things at face value. And by all means, troll away. I can take it. Which parts of the world is most eco-friendly? Depends on what exactly you mean by eco-friendly. I think, yeah, I wouldn't be able to say with any confidence. So I don't want to misspeak, so I'm going to say I don't know. Oh, well, thank you for backing that up. It's good to have that vote of confidence that I wasn't misspeaking earlier about nuclear. I pretty clearly remember reading that from multiple sources. But still, I never want to just like speak with, absolutism. America's and other governments' promotion of non-cost-effective low-carbon energy and impeding of promising low-carbon nuclear energy has led to a situation where there is no globally cost-competitive low-carbon energy on the horizon. I take multiple issues with this point, but whatever. The cause. Our ineffective and self-destructive approach to low-carbon energy has two main causes. Unquestioning obedience to the anti-development green energy movement. I don't know that there's unquestioning obedience, but okay. The false view that rising CO2 levels are a climate emergency requiring desperate crash measures. So again, like, this is just a statement that has no basis in fact. Of like, the most recent IPCC report, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, like used pretty clear language of like, this is a climate emergency. We need radical action. We need to take this super seriously because we are on track for devastating effects. This is pretty much like an anti-science point. Low-carbon energy policy has been dominated by the green energy movement, which is an outgrowth of the anti-development green movement. I don't think that's true either. This movement is hostile to all development because of development's impact on nature, and therefore is hostile to every form of cost-effective energy. The anti-development green energy movement's enthusiastic support for solar and wind is phony. Okay, whatever. Just as it opposes fossil fuels, nuclear, and hydro for their impact, in practice, it opposes the massive mining, construction, and transmission line building green energy requires. So obviously, I can't speak for the entire green energy movement, but I know many who advocate for green energy. That includes nuclear. That includes hydro. If every place were able to use hydro, I'm reasonably sure the green energy movement would support it. Low carbon energy policy has also failed because it has been dominated by the false idea that the climate impact of rising CO2 levels from fossil fuel use constitutes a climate well, this is just like reiterating the same point, requiring like redundant. I don't see how that's different from this point number 2. The latest example of the desperate approach to CO2 reduction was the Orwellian Inflation Reduction Act, which was rushed through Congress without any real discussion, and which in practice will enrich the green lobby while devastating our grid. Okay. While climate change, I like how they put climate change in quotes. I think that says a lot. Humans impacting climate is real. Climate emergency is not. Well, again, they are just anti-science at this point. The world is slowly becoming a warmer at a cold point in geological history, when many more people die of cold than of heat. This doesn't at all justify rapidly restricting global fossil fuel use. The truth is that fossil fuels' CO2 emissions have contributed to the warming of the last 170 years, but that warming has been mild. And so, I don't know who this person is, but I'm like almost 100% sure that they are not a scientist. Mostly in the colder parts of the world, and life on Earth thrived and was far greener when CO2 levels were at least 5 times higher. Oh, and Arun, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by, and also shout out to Arun. They do some absolutely great streams, educational streams, especially educational streams about the politics and society of India. Let me just catch up with others in chat. Thank you so much for passing by, Arun. Much appreciated. What nuke energy used for exactly? I just thought it used for bombs and other... oily olive nuclear energy can basically be used as a generator for electricity. As in, like, the way we generate electricity now, through, like, fossil fuels, nuclear energy can serve the same purpose. Is nuclear fusion close or not? Or fission, or the one that makes a sun and then you does things with a sun? So that's an excellent question. And actually, if I remember correctly, let me just try to bring up the article. There was recently, well, fairly recently, a breakthrough in nuclear fusion. I think fission, I'm not an expert, but last I sort of read, or casually read, that fission is like pretty much a long way off, and is a little bit of a, potentially a pipe dream, or at least decades away. As opposed to like fusion, that appears to be a much more realistic outcome. Maybe not like next year, or even 5 or 10 years from now, but nuclear fusion energy, on the timeline of like 50 years to a century, that seems to be potentially like a viable source of energy or electricity. His book shows that his real preference for future energy is okay. Thank you so much, always providing great resources and information. Well, I can even see the title in the link, basically about fossil fuels. Of like, yeah, this is so Alex Epstein, they are the ones authoring this Substack article. This is not surprising to me. So who is Alex Epstein? What is... they're an energy expert. Okay, I wonder what makes them an energy expert. I highly doubt. And I don't know what the Center for Industrial Progress is. I'm just like speculating that this is probably some sort of like right-wing think tank, but that's just me speculating. So yeah, solar energy. Totally, there's a place for solar energy in renewable or green energy. Can we get energy from okay, so it depends on what you mean by like from lava, but to put it more broadly, geothermal energy, basically energy from heat, appears to be potentially viable. But again, based off of what I know, it doesn't appear to be viable on like a mass scale. I think there are areas, I believe in Iceland, that are like harnessing geothermal energy, but that is like unique to sort of like their terrain or geography. And this is just my understanding, but like, geothermal energy, basically, I don't think it can be used everywhere on Earth. But I could be wrong about that. This is just my understanding. Yeah, exactly. A Substack article. The author has a bachelor's in philosophy and comp sci and is a member of the right-wing RAND. Okay, yeah. This doesn't... So thank you for doing the due diligence for me, Bob Marley. None of that surprised me. And like, yeah, I pretty much... I don't know. I could be biased and judgmental, but anything coming out of the RAND Institute, I just can't take seriously. Or like, my brain totally does tend to dismiss it. Nuclear energy, and also DC Drunk, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Other renewable energy source. So I'm getting more and more convinced about nuclear energy, at least based off of what I'm hearing and a little bit of what I'm reading. I also have no problem admitting that I'm pretty ignorant on nuclear, and like I'm probably going on outdated information that I learned like 10-15 years ago. Like I was taught about nuclear energy like in some of my past like physics classes like over a decade ago, and like it was always like framed as like nuclear energy, like great as an energy source, but there's this issue of nuclear waste that we have to contend with. And at least based off of some of my more recent reading and information that I'm getting, it seems like that nuclear waste issue is not an issue. And so I have to like update my information. But yeah, I have no problem admitting that I'm not the most informed on nuclear energy, and that I need to do more to inform myself. Is there an opposite version of geothermal energy? That's a good question. I don't think so. I can't see how... Again, I'm not an expert, but I can't see how that would be viable. Technically, I guess anything's possible, but so geothermal energy, like one of the reasons why like it's potentially viable as an energy source, because like the heat is able to do something, it's able to do work, and I think if I remember correctly, it's specifically able to boil water and generate steam, and that steam is able to generate, you know, electricity. We basically want to be able to generate steam, and so I'm reasonably confident that you can't generate steam from using cold sources. Oh, and Moon, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. From what I've learned, nuclear is really to only viable. That's what I'm slowly learning. Solar and wind are unreliable, and at best will be used to top off the grid, but can't be the main source. Michael Schellemer talks about this a lot. Yeah, so there is totally a nuclear expert on Twitch. They go by Soyaddle. Actually, I should probably shout them out. So oopsies. I don't even know how to do a shout out anymore. So they are a really strong proponent and advocate for nuclear energy. And like I've been meaning to reach out to them to have a conversation about it so that they can inform me, because they seem to be like pretty much an expert on nuclear energy and like all of the potential issues, or like all the pros and maybe some of the cons. And so I should probably have that conversation. But when it comes to solar and wind, again, I have no problem admitting that I'm not the most informed on them, but it seems to be a common sentiment that solar and wind are unreliable. But like, I personally want to kind of like fact check that myself, of like, is solar really unreliable? Is wind really unreliable? Or like, is it just that, you know, we haven't developed the infrastructure to make it reliable, and that there are ways to make solar and wind reliable? In terms of like, do we label solar as unreliable because we just can't store it properly, and that as storage of electricity gets better, solar will become reliable? These are all just like the questions that I'm asking out loud, that I hopefully want to answer. I don't think we need one solution for energy replacement. So many natural energy sources available that probably can work in places where other sources won't work. Yeah, I think that's a fair sentiment as well. As in, it's almost certainly not a one-size-fits-all solution. All right, so continuing with this Substack article, even though, you know, so far I don't have the most positive view of it. So, yes. Fossil fuels actually overall make us far safer from climate by providing low-cost energy for the amazing machines that protect us against storms, protect us against extreme temperatures, and alleviate drought. Climate disaster deaths have decreased 98% over the last century. What is this reference? This reference just what? This is like, oh, okay. This is referencing this. Okay, NOAA climate change rule of thumb. Cold things warming faster than warm... I think I just don't know how to reference. I'm not gonna read that, but I take issue with the way they're referencing. So long as America follows the anti-development green energy movement, and the climate emergency narrative, it will continue to adopt senseless policies that punish America while doing nothing to bring about globally cost-competitive, low-carbon energy. I wonder where these graphs are coming from. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at these graphs with a pretty suspicious eye, but I'm not gonna judge them just yet. The energy freedom solution. The only moral and practical way to reduce emissions long-term is liberating innovation that makes low-carbon energy globally cost-competitive, while ending all policies that punish America via rapid short-term emissions reduction. Some key policies. Reject the false idea of climate emergency. Okay, well, it's not a false idea. Our government's disastrous anti-fossil fuel policies are justified by the disastrous conflation of climate impact, which is real, with climate emergency, which is not. Given today's unprecedented safety from climate danger, withdraw from the Paris Agreement and encourage others to do the same. The Paris Agreement is an immoral agreement that calls for rapidly eliminating fossil fuels, which are the only near-term way to provide reliable energy for billions of people at prices they can afford. Reject and eliminate all carbon taxes. Carbon taxes increase our energy costs based on the false premise that the negative externalities of fossil fuel CO2 emissions outweigh the positive externalities of the uniquely low-cost, reliable energy they provide for billions. I don't know, all of these points so far are pretty dubious. Amend the Clean Air Act to explicitly reject the bogus endangerment finding. Much of today's Punish America CO2 policy is rooted in EPA's endangerment finding, which treats fossil fuel use as a net harm to public health and welfare, even though it radically improves both. I think this also needs a citation, even though I probably wouldn't trust the citation that they're giving anyways. Decriminalize nuclear energy. The overregulation of low-carbon nuclear verges on criminalization, making nuclear costs 10 times higher than they need to be. Decriminalizing nuclear, including radical reform of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and Environmental Protection Agency, will make energy far cheaper, safer, and cleaner. End all preferences for unreliable electricity. Today's electric grids are being ruined by systemic preferences for unreliable electricity, which causes prices to rise and reliability to decline. Eliminating them can help make America a leader in low-cost, reliable electricity. Allow free market competition for electric vehicles. The proper policy toward EVs, which are promising but not cost-effective for the vast majority of Americans, is one, let them compete on a free market. I mean, I don't know. It seems like every single argument that they make can be boiled down to this one point, which is let them compete on a free market. It's either like let them compete or get rid of any sort of regulation. Make sure we have plenty of low-cost, reliable electricity. Summary, the pro-human CO2 policy is to reduce CO2 emissions long-term through liberating innovation, not punishing America. This will ensure plenty of energy for the foreseeable future and enable truly promising alternatives such as nuclear to be globally cost competitive. From video I've seen on solar is reliable but expensive due to batteries used. Okay, yeah. So what you said makes sense to me, and I have no problem taking your word for it. And that's some of what I've read about solar. In that, like, yeah, if we had a good way to store it, it might be one of the most viable ways that we can generate or, store electricity. Yeah, wind, similar issue. He doesn't know what externality is. Low cost isn't an extra. Yeah, I don't think they know a lot of things about a lot of things. So even, as much as I would want to, like, fact check this entire article, but that would take, like, hours and hours. But, like, even this, okay? Like, this chart, okay, I think is, like, whether it's their intention or not, I don't know. But I think this is misleading. And this is, like, also the improper way to frame it. Because, again, this only focuses on CO2 emissions when we know, okay, that climate change is not solely driven by CO2 emissions, and that there are many greenhouse gases. And I think a better way, I'll try to show you scientifically, or like how we scientifically, represent greenhouse gas emissions and the contribution that the developed world makes to greenhouse gas emissions. One second. Just trying to bring up the articles. Okay. So first of all, what about the Paris Agreement? They say like let's uh, the person Alex Epstein, uh, from from that Substack article. I think literally one of their points was like every country should just like sign off or like pretty much remove themselves from the Paris Agreement. Okay, but I mean, the Paris Agreement exists for a reason. Like that was generally like that was an evidence-based agreement of like based off of like current trajectory and assuming we wanted to like mitigate the devastating effects of climate change. Then like the meeting the Paris Agreement is part of that. And it's like it's almost taken as a given that there's a climate emergency. And like the fact that this author is like calling into question of like there's no actual climate emergency, but that's not the debate that's happening like in actual scientific spheres. Like the debates that is happening is like what changes do we need to make, and like how can we like do our best given our current circumstances to ensure that we minimize the devastating effects. It's like it's almost like pretty much already put on the table that it's a climate emergency, and like this article speaks to that. So the 2015 Paris Agreement aims to keep global warming by 2100 to below 2 degrees Celsius, with 1.5 degrees Celsius as a target. To that end, countries agreed to reduce their emissions by nationally determined contributions. Using a fully statistically based probabilistic framework, we find that the probabilities of meeting their nationally determined contributions for the largest emitters are low. Okay? As in, like, it doesn't seem like we're likely to basically meet the goals. For example, 2% for the USA and 16% for China. And this sort of speaks to my point earlier of like, based off of what I know, China is investing more or spending more or like moving more in the direction of clean or renewable energy than the United States is. And that is borne out in studies like this of like, even though it's still a low probability, when you compare it to like 2% chance that the USA will meet the Paris Agreement, as opposed to 16%. So 8 times more likely that China will meet the targets than the United States. On current trends, the probability of staying below 2 degrees Celsius of warming is only 5%. But if all countries meet their nationally determined contributions and continue to reduce emissions at the same rate after 2030, it rises to 26%. So still, like, not the greatest odds. If the USA alone does not meet its nationally determined contribution, it declines to 18%. So it's like, even of this 26%, like a lot of this 26%, like exactly 8%, so I'd say that's a pretty large portion, relies on the United States like meeting like its own target. To have even a chance of staying below 2 degrees Celsius, the average rate of decline in emissions would need to increase from the 1% per year needed to meet the nationally determined contributions to 1.8% per year. So again, like this is a pretty grim outlook. And also to speak to the point that this graph is misleading, because the way they sort of frame it, like you can see here in green, the United States is like here, and you have, China, India, and like this is annual emissions. So this is total, okay? So this is not a rate. This is just summing it all together. And I personally think that's a misleading way to frame it, because I think everyone knows China has a much greater population than the United States. India has a much greater population than the United States. And so, whoopsies. you have studies like this, where it's like trying to actually assign responsibility, okay, to countries, on like a, I would say, a much more fair basis. Where it's like, yes, this analysis, it's in the title, quantifying national responsibility for climate breakdown, an equality-based attribution approach for carbon dioxide emissions in excess of the planetary boundary. And this is from The Lancet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, The Lancet Planetary Health. So this is not like some no-name journal. This is a very reputable, respected journal. So, this analysis proposes a novel method for quantifying national responsibility for damages related to climate change by looking at national contributions to cumulative CO2 emissions in excess of the planetary boundary of 350 particles per million atmospheric CO2 concentration. This approach is rooted in the principle of equal per capita access to atmospheric commons. So I'm not going to go through the methods, because I have no doubt that it's probably way more complicated, or just too sophisticated for me to fully understand, because this is not my area of expertise. So, as of 2015, the USA was responsible for 40% of excess global CO2 emissions. So, like, almost half. Like, the question they're asking is, like, which countries are responsible for the excess CO2 emissions? And the USA is responsible for almost half of that. The European Union was responsible for 29%. And the G8 nations, so USA, European Union, Russia, Japan, Canada, were together responsible for 85% of those excess emissions, CO2 emissions. Countries classified by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change as Annex I nations, most industrialized countries, were responsible for 90% of excess emissions. The Global North was responsible for 92%. By contrast, most countries in the Global South were within their boundary fair shares, including India and China, although China will overshoot soon. That, China is certainly developing pretty rapidly, as far as I understand, and so this is not surprising. But like, I don't know, it's a little bit strange to me that many people, especially of a certain political affiliation, are quick to point the finger at China in terms of like their CO2 emissions, which, like, yes, in terms of total CO2 emissions, they contribute quite a fair amount. Like, yes, this is what this graph or this figure is alluding to, but this is not taking into account that this is fairly recent, and also it's not taking into account the population, and that when you actually break it down on a per capita basis, and also when you break it down like with historical context of like the United States and other countries like Canada, the country that I'm in, have a much longer history of industrialization, and like they've been emitting CO2, excess CO2, for much longer than China or India, and so it's like basically, current developed nations bear the major responsibility for climate change and or global warming. I think it's pretty laid out explicitly when they say right here that countries classified by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change as Annex I nations, as in most industrialized countries, were responsible for 90% of excess emissions. When it comes to climate change, this is a good YouTuber, and he has a PhD in atmospheric physics and is genuine. So actually, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Simon of... I've come across their channel before. And like, yeah, they documented their entire experience.
For the
So I should probably subscribe, which I'm going to. But let me just catch up. Problem is fossil fuels is cheaper than as of right now. It takes time for natural sources to develop more because it can compete with fossil fuels. For countries no climate change issue by them, they need to be worried or no, pretty much every country, okay, every country will be affected in some way or another by climate change. I mean, it was called global warming at one point for a reason, because like it's a global issue. It is a worldwide issue. I think we saw a pretty clear example of that. Second, with the flooding in Pakistan, where it's like, yeah, 1/3 of the country is underwater, and like they recently or have recently been experiencing like unprecedented historical flooding. And you know, this seems like it might just be, you know, like the starting point. As in, like, as much as I want to be optimistic, this might be like a regular occurrence for them, or like this is just like the start of the devastation. And it's countries like this, okay, developing countries, that are paying the price for like our industrialization. Countries like Canada, like my country. As I alluded to on like the panel that I was on last week, so the Prime Kai's panel, literally last Saturday, we spoke about the flooding in Pakistan. And actually, I'll even get the prompt that Prime sent. One second. All right, so this was the question that we were discussing, or the prompt that we were discussing in the Prime Kai's panel. I should probably zoom in, make it easier to read. That's probably too zoomed in. So, Pakistan is facing devastating floods. The damage is estimated to be $10 billion. This is catastrophic, with a nation that ranks 44th in GDP. It is speculated that these floods are being intensified by climate change. Also, by some estimates, Pakistan produces less than 1% of global carbon emissions. If those two statements are true, is Pakistan owed climate reparations from the heavy polluting nations? Does all of the global south, who have negligible climate impact, owe reparations from the global north? Or are they all on their own? And so my stance was absolutely yes. They deserve compensation. At the very least, they deserve help, okay, from developing countries like Canada and the United States, and pretty much I would say every other developed nation, in dealing with these consequences that we have largely contributed to. Like they are I think almost literally just the collateral damage, or like the innocent bystander. Like as a result of like our direct actions, as a result of our industrialization, it's quite clear, you know, we can't say for sure, okay. And this is the issue that I got into it with Fanatic, where their argument, well, at least how I understood their argument, I don't want to mischaracterize, or like, you know, yeah, I don't want to mischaracterize or like put forth an argument that they didn't actually put forth, but this is how I understood their argument. Maybe I just didn't understand their argument correctly. But the way I understood their argument is like, they were pretty much saying that like, okay, if you're able to prove it to me, okay, that climate change or global warming like caused this flooding, then yes, they would be on board with, you know, pretty much providing whatever climate reparations or climate help or aid in the form of monetary compensation. And I pretty much tried to make it clear to them that you can never link one extreme weather event to climate change. It is like virtually impossible. And they were saying like, no, it's not impossible. Like they were pretty much, again, how I understood it, they were outlining the experiment or data that you need to collect in order to prove that this flooding event was either caused or made worse by climate change. And my pushback was like, no, that the experiment or like the type of data that you're asking for, like that actually would not prove anything. And we just went round and round in circles. And it's like, try to bring it up. Like it's again, it's pretty much, it's largely settled, or like it's not really a question in actual scientific spheres that you cannot link a single weather event to climate change. So and this is literally in the title of this article, attributing extreme weather events to climate change, a new frontier in a warming world. This branch of climate science, often referred to as extreme event attribution, has evolved rapidly in recent years. This evolution has faced a number of challenges, in particular, structural limitations in process-based climate models, as well as temporal and geographic limitations of historical observations, lead to substantial challenges in quantification and validation. However, recent methodological advances, coupled with longer observational records and improved climate models, have opened the door to systematically addressing the question of whether climate change has influenced the likelihood and/or severity of individual extreme events. The news media and public often ask, did climate change cause this specific extreme weather event? In a very literal sense, the answer to such a rigidly posed question will always be no. So I think the language is like pretty clear here. And this is authored by, not nobody. You have Daniel Swain. So this is from the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability, UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. You have the Capacity Center for Climate and Weather Extremes from the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. You have the Nature Conservancy of California, San Francisco. You have School of the Environment, Washington State University. The Brand School of Environmental Science and Management, University of California, Santa Barbara. And then you have Department of Earth Science, Earth System Science, and Woods Institute for the Environment, Stanford University, Stanford, California. So, like, I would say these are pretty decently climate experts. Way more informed on the topic than I am. I'm not a climate expert. Like, I'm reading the research and relaying it to you. And so I think the fact that they use language like this is like pretty telling and pretty conclusive. In a very literal sense, the answer to such a rigidly posed question will always be no, as in you cannot link like one singular event to like a global, temporally related phenomenon, as in like global warming or climate change. That is a global level event. That is a confluence of thousands, tens of thousands of variables over time, and to like link only one event to that, basically impossible. All events in the dynamically coupled Earth system are ultimately the product of numerous complex interrelated processes acting across a wide range of spatio-temporal scales. There will thus rarely, if ever, be a traceable singular cause for any specific event, and variability will always play an important role. Indeed, as recently as a decade ago, a common response from scientists was that no single weather event can be attributed to climate change. Weather and climate, of course, are not the same. Weather describes variations on very short day-to-day timescales, whereas climate integrates over much longer time horizons. A key step forward in the development of extreme event attribution has been the acknowledgement that weather and climate exist on a continuum. Because climate describes the aggregate statistical properties of weather, in other words, the plausible envelope of weather conditions at a particular point in time, it encompasses not only typical conditions, but also rare high-magnitude weather extremes. From this perspective, understanding multi-decadal, I guess that's multi-decade, climate change can reasonably be framed as an exercise in quantifying shifts in the overall probability distribution of day-to-day weather conditions. So, like, again, I think they're explicitly clear. Yes, obviously, climate and weather are related, but they're not the same. And that, like, there are reasons why, like, an extreme weather event can't be linked to climate. Because, like, yes, they're related, but they are almost, like, entirely separate concepts. One second. Oh, friend of yours moved. I'm sorry to hear. I hope that your friend is safe. Well, I mean, obviously, I hope everyone in Pakistan is safe. But, like, yeah, that's obviously not the case. But at the very least, I hope your friend is okay and is able to cope with the flooding. But I guess the fact that you say he's struggling with the flooding means I can't read. And which the only thing I could say is I'm sorry to hear that. And my heart goes out to them. What you have against Brittany Simon? You said beware of her, but not why. Curious why so I've only watched a couple of videos of Brittany Simon. And I don't see any reason, but I could be wrong. It's not like I've watched hundreds of hours of content, but I see no reason why anyone should take anything she says seriously. First of all, from what I understand, she's made up like a whole like bogus system about people, pretty much analogous to astrology, which is literal like pseudoscience. Astrology is not a thing. At least it's not a scientifically valid thing. And so like just with that alone, and this is maybe just my bias, but just by that fact alone, that she's able to just confidently make up a system about people, and like put people in those boxes, just automatically kind of I tend to dismiss those types of people. But maybe I'm just being too judgmental. I have no problem admitting that. Yeah, so I tend to agree with you, Moon. Maybe not a huge red flag. I would maybe put more like an orange, a yellow or orange flag. Maybe a rosy flag. Red flag in dating, I can see people with mental problems are hard to deal with. I can see that. Yes, okay. And so, and I don't want to like judge her too harshly. Oh, and Diet Coke for life. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. So, what was I saying? You're right. I understand that Brittany Simon has some mental health issues, and that doesn't mean that you should automatically dismiss what she says or thinks. And I don't want to stigmatize anybody with mental health issues. I'm more going on like the explicit claims that she makes, in terms of like she has come up with this whole system of categorizing people that is literally made up, and so just from that alone, I have a hard time of taking anyone like that seriously, and I would tend to lean towards of like probably not taking just about anything they say all that seriously, and that it's for entertainment purposes only. Oh, and Bako, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Always a pleasure to have you here. And like, I absolutely agree with you that the only people who should be putting people in boxes are morticians. I wonder exactly what you mean by chefs. Are you saying that we should eat people? Your words, not mine. But I meant her character in general is a red flag. And I don't know her character all that well. Again, I've only seen like maybe 1 or 2 hours of video or YouTube content about her. Or actually, probably more than that. Probably about 4 hours. Because I've watched an entire conversation that she has had. And a lot of it is, at least in my opinion, perhaps my judgmental opinion, is pretty ridiculous. Oh, so I am also, I'm Anglophone Quebec. I'm in Quebec myself. Diet Coke for life. I think most reasonable. I mean, I was literally just reading, BBC News earlier, about Quebec. So, you're in Quebec company. I think most reasonable people would agree that renewable energy is the way to go, even if they don't believe in global warming, and renewable energy is only achievable through a concept known as innovation, not through bankrupting the average Joe with insane energy prices. So yeah, I agree with you in terms of, like, obviously I'm not in favor of pretty much bankrupting just about anybody that can't afford to be bankrupt. But I guess if you're going bankrupt, you can't afford to go bankrupt. But like, yes, I agree with the sentiment of, like, pretty much I don't want any sort of quote-unquote average person go bankrupt. But I don't think we need more innovation is nice, but at this point in time, like, we have the technology, we pretty much have all the means available to us to pretty much move in the direction of, like, being carbon neutral. At least virtually every developed country has the capability to become carbon neutral, or at the very least, like, significantly reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. It is simply just a matter of political and personal will. I have no problem admitting or saying that there should be some personal responsibility to those who can afford it. As in, I would absolutely encourage those who can afford it to move in the direction of a plant-based diet. I always encourage, more plant-based foods. Again, to those who can afford it. I am not recommending to, starving children in whatever other countries that they go plant-based. I'm literally speaking to the individuals who have the luxury of, like, walking into any grocery store and pretty much buying whatever they want. If you are in that situation, I would encourage you to move in the direction of more plant-based. Yeah, she has a system to rank people. Exactly. But of course, the whole global warming movement together with WEF has an agenda, and it's not to save the planet. So, yeah, the World Economic Forum, I'm curious as to what you think the World Economic Forum agenda is. I'm not saying that they have any sort of, like, I'm not even sure exactly what their agenda is myself. But I'm curious what you think their agenda is. The numbers is for her health. The number system is reason why she didn't suicide. It helped her understand the world. She's similar to me. So, yeah, so, I mean, there's no problem if you like someone. There's also no problem if you like someone that I, disagree with. And if she helps you, or if you feel that she helps you, and, like, I'm not going to say, like, don't consume her content. If you like her content, like, by all means, consume her content. If you feel like her content helps you, by all means, consume her content. Like, I just want you to be aware, or just, ask yourself the question, is what she is doing actually helpful? In that, and also I would ask you the question of, like, could you get the same amount of help from another person who doesn't have to come up with a completely made-up system for classifying people? The numbers in science thing is just an in-joke kind of thing, like in American Sign Language. Yeah, and it could just be that I don't fully understand her system. And there's something to be said for, like, something can be, scientifically invalid or pseudoscientific and still useful. To, like, relate it back to what I was covering earlier of, like, sure, I have no problem admitting that religion appears to be useful, but that doesn't make it true. Or, like, believing in God certainly appears to have some utility, or to have some benefits for some people or many people, but that doesn't make it true. And also at the same time, that doesn't mean you couldn't get the same benefits from somewhere else, and also have it be true. That's the only question that I would, just try to get you to ask. Oh yeah, I was wrapping this up. Yeah, again, I understand you're just explaining your perspective, and your perspective is totally valid. It's not necessarily the ranking that's bad in and of itself. It's the fact that she positions herself into the seat of authority to judge people that makes me suspicious. Are you saying my cult is cult talk, or Brittany Simon's talk is cult talk? Although, even if you say my talk is cult talk, I have no problem. Like, you can bash me more or less all you want. Just like science might not always be true, something in the future might change that. We'll say a theory today. Yeah, like, science is a never ending process, and it's just that it's a process. Science does come to conclusions. Science, like, does attempt to solidify things in fact, okay, and then move on from there. Of, like, the theory of evolution, like, that's pretty much accepted, okay? We are not, like, going back and, like, we are not, like, relitigating the theory of evolution. We are making refinements. We are still investigating some aspects of evolution that we don't understand. But we accept it as fact that evolution occurs, at a species level. We're no longer pretty much we're not asking the question of, like, oh, is evolution occurring? As of right now, we are more interested in the how evolution occurs, as opposed to, like, is it occurring? And we have absolutely moved on from that scientifically. Alright, let me close some articles. Like this Substack. Okay, so I appreciate and respect that Anosmia sent this, and have no problem going over it on stream, but, this seems to be a heavily biased article, and pretty much not scientifically accurate. Get rid of this. Don't need this. I have too many tabs open. Right. And I guess I should read this article as well. On the topic of climate change and, like, nuclear energy, it does seem like there was a fairly recently, like, not super recently, but like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, there appeared to be, like, a pretty large breakthrough in nuclear fusion energy. I can agree with that, but if the science later on shows that evolution might not be the primary factor, yes, totally. Well, Sir Leviticus, you are touching upon a really great sort of question in science of, like, how would scientists react? How would even myself react if, like, a paper came out saying, or, like, calling into question evolution? Would we be so quick to change our minds? Would I be so quick to change our minds? I would say for myself, probably not. Or rather, I would look at that type of research with, like, a skeptical eye. Just because, as the saying goes, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So, like, if someone was making the claim that they have found evidence to call into question whether evolution occurs, the evidence that they would have to like, would have to be like quite extraordinary or like so convincing to be able to sway scientific opinion or scientific views. I believe it was Carl. Like, I can't, like, I only know that that's a saying that I have in my brain. But I can't, it wouldn't surprise me if Carl Sagan said that, but I can't remember exactly who said that. Yes, exactly. Scientific theories. So I should probably, like, get this out of the way now. When people use the word theory in casual conversation, they typically mean the word hypothesis, in terms of, like, this is just like my thought, as opposed to, as Bockel says correctly, scientific theories are totally different things. And there's a nice, I think, Wikipedia article. Well, you can see that I've clicked on this Wikipedia article before. Of, like, scientific theory is pretty much analogous to scientific fact, where you can treat scientific theories as pretty much facts. Like, we recognize them as true, we are not calling them into question. This is why, to go back, what I was covering earlier. When I was talking about attachment theory, okay, and many people, okay, when I bring this up, like, you know, they look at it with a skeptical eye. But this is called attachment theory for a reason, okay? Like, it has been given this label, or, you know, it has been elevated to this level for a reason. Because, like, attachment theory is pretty much like, if there's anything in psychology, okay, that we can consider like as whatever psychological fact, or like it's in the realm of facts, it is attachment theory. It's why we call it that, because, like, it is totally a concept or theory that explains a lot of human behavior. We don't just throw around the word theory in science, like, haphazardly. Like, it's like a serious thing, and that to be elevated to the level of theory, it's pretty much to be elevated to the level of fact. And that's why if anyone is quick to just dismiss attachment theory, like, as a concept, well, that's pretty much like anti-scientific behavior. So I'm obviously not going to cover this entire Wikipedia article, but it is a good one, and I think there's a nice section that summarizes it well. But a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that has been repeatedly tested. So this is, you know, a hallmark of the scientific method of, like, reproducibility, or, you know, well, yeah, reproducibility, and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method, using accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results. Where possible, theories are tested under controlled conditions in an experiment. In circumstances not amenable to experimental testing, theories are evaluated through principles of abductive reasoning. Established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny and embody scientific knowledge. So it's like, yeah, I think this also sums it up, but there's a nice, I think, section towards the end. If I can find it. There's a nice statement by, I think, the National Academy of Sciences. Could be wrong. Yeah. So, definitions from scientific organizations. The United States National Academy of Sciences defines scientific theories as follows. The formal scientific definition of theory is quite different from the everyday meaning of the word. So, like, when most people throw around the word theory in casual conversation, they almost certainly mean the word hypothesis in scientific terms. It refers to a comprehensive explanation of some aspect of nature that is supported by a vast body of evidence. Many scientific theories are so well established that no new evidence is likely to alter them substantially. For example, no new evidence will demonstrate that the Earth does not orbit around the Sun, heliocentric theory, or that living things are not made of cells, cell theory, that matter is not composed of atoms, or that the surface of the Earth is not divided into solid plates that have moved over geological timescales, the theory of plate tectonics. One of the most useful properties of scientific theories is that they can be used to make predictions about natural events or phenomenon that have not yet been observed. So I think this is probably most in line with what I understand as, scientific theory, or the concept scientific theory, where it's basically in the realm of fact. We are not like relitigating it. If only I were I have no problem admitting, Bakul, that I'm not that creative to come up with a phrase like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Aren't we all judge everyone? We may think we don't, but we do. Numbers are only based on mindset. Can't rate someone if they don't talk. Yeah, I have no problem saying that just about everyone judges other people. It's whether we recognize when we are judging someone, and to hopefully we have enough awareness to know that we might be judging someone prematurely. We might be judging someone with a lack of information, and that to recognize that you're judging someone, and that to not be so quick to come to conclusions about other people. Why do you say? Oh, and Avenging Pineapple, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Why do you say we are destroying the planet? So, read the stream title. Let me double check, because I'm pretty sure I phrased it as a question. I could be wrong, but I think I'm asking the question: are we destroying the planet? Let me double check. Yeah. So, so I didn't make the claim. I think it's fair to say that I did not make the claim that we are destroying the planet. I'm asking the question: are we destroying the planet? So I like to think that I choose my words carefully, and I think here I did. I think there's a clear question mark. Yes, there is a question mark in my stream title. So I did not make the claim that we're destroying the planet. I'm asking the question: are we? And I think there's decent evidence to show that at the very least we are having a pretty large negative impact on the planet. Sometimes people need to be judged, and that is the reality of the situation. We'll say, like a murderer, I am perfectly fine with society judging a murderer. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you. Sometimes, like, when we have, let's say, enough information, when we recognize that, it's not a prejudgment, or it's not a judgment from ignorance or a lack of information, then I would say, like, yes, it can be okay to judge someone. Earth is doing fine. It would be better if we had no fake scientists spitting out fake news, climate change jazz by paying off the media. Most conservatives, I agree. Most conservatives agree. I would also agree that, like, most conservatives are not informed on climate change, and that, their views on climate change are largely rooted in being ill-informed, and that science, like, backs that up pretty well. And I can prove that. As in, like, it pretty much doesn't even matter how much you educate those on the political right, because the education has no effect. Like, they have planted their feet into the ground, and they are not responsive to evidence. Okay, then, like, if that's the space that you want to operate in, Avenging Pineapple, that's fine. Like, it's right here in the title of this article. Even though, like, I know that this is all falling on deaf ears, and like I know that like no matter how much I present evidence to some people, even though I will present evidence that they have a cognitive bias, they will not accept that bias, and that's totally fine. And like whether you're trolling or not, I have no idea, but I have no problem going over this research in terms of like the cognitive biases that those on the right tend to have, where it's like right-wing ideology reduces the effects of education on climate change beliefs in more developed countries. So it's pretty much like laid out pretty explicitly here. The effects of education on people's climate change beliefs vary as a function of political ideology. For those on the political left, education is related to pro-climate change beliefs, whereas for those on the political right, these effects are weak or negative. As in, like, again, they are cognitively inflexible. It's like no matter what you say to some people, very often those on the right, they will not budge from their position. This phenomenon has been examined mainly in the US, where climate change has become a highly politicized issue. However, climate change is less polarized in other contexts. Here we analyze the effects of education and political ideology across 64 countries and show that education has positive effects on pro-climate change beliefs at low and mid-levels of development. At higher levels of development, right-wing ideology attenuates but does not reverse the positive effects of education. These analyses extend previous findings, so this is something that has been reproduced, okay? Because as they say, this extends previous findings, so they're building on past evidence. Investigating the between-country variation in the relationship between education, ideology, and climate change beliefs. The current findings suggest that US-centric theories on the topic cannot be generally applied to other contexts uncritically. She sees and judge others, but knows she can be wrong. She know. Okay. Again, if you like Brittany Simon, it is absolutely your right to like Brittany Simon. Green energy is the largest growing sector in the United States. The market has already decided. It doesn't matter how conservative or liberals or anyone feels renewable energy is the future. I think that we should have a little bit of gas to get us there for sure. I don't think we should completely just cut that off, but we should be working towards resources. So I don't think anybody's like advocating of like, let's shut off, let's shut off people's electricity or gas and then just wait until like that renewable energy reaches them. I think just about everyone's on board that like, until that day comes of renewable energy on like a population-wide level, I don't think anyone's in favor of just like letting people go without electricity. Yes, whether you're trolling or not, I have no idea. If it's a troll, it's a great troll, and I have no problem playing along. Do you know that? Yes, you're asking the good questions, Bokkel. Book learning ain't the only way to get smart. Those bomb-throwing college professors are filling out the children's heads with communism. I mean, yeah, this... like, this has to be a troll, or if it's not, like, this is just, a sad state of affairs. Some of the more extreme climate change people do just want to shut oil and coal off immediately. Okay. So I have no problem admitting that I'm ignorant of those people. Like, I will fully recognize that there are many people in the whatever green energy movement that are for degrowth. And in fact, like, I tend to shift towards degrowth. But I'm not advocating that, like, forcing people to go without electricity when they don't want to go without electricity. Like, I want it to be voluntary. As in, like, if you want to, like, go live off the grid, if you want to, like, live a minimalistic lifestyle, that should be voluntary. You should have the option to do that. I would not force my minimalistic lifestyle on anybody. Calling college professors bomb throwers is no exaggeration. First is someone who is in use with the world. Sure that, Yes, I recognize that that is her opinion, and I'm relying on you, Oily Olive, to, like, inform me on Brittany Simon. Oh, and let me have my opinions. Thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Your radical left compatriots have gone loco. I said the capitalism's low-key goated because anyone can start a business, and then he said you need $250K loan. I was like, what? He then called me a troll and banned me, then said, and I quote, ban him before he says anything racist. How do radical leftists get from saying entrepreneurship is good to being an advocate for racism? Well, I mean, that's someone else's chat. Like, you can advocate for capitalism here if you want to. I will not advocate for it. And if you want to, like, get into a back and forth of the pros and cons of capitalism, by all means, I have no problem making the case that overall capitalism is an overall net negative on humanity, especially those in the developed world. But let's just... Right. So, again, to reiterate my point of, like, do I want to educate? Do I want to inform? Do I want to, like, you know, if someone who is skeptical about climate change, do I want to be able to get them to understand and believe that climate change is a real phenomenon that's occurring? Yes, that is my goal. Or that's one of my goals. But at the same time, I have to recognize that there's evidence like this showing that, like, for some people or for some demographic, like, no matter how much you educate, okay, it's not going to work. And, like, I don't know how to deal with that. It's like, if you require people to, like, accept a fact about the world, and, like, no matter what evidence you put forth to them, they will not accept this fact about the world. And you need them to accept this fact about the world in order to address a problem. Like how do you do that? This is a problem, but, you know, this is a puzzle that I'm trying to solve. Using 3 large international datasets, we found that a citizen's level of education is an important factor impinging on pro-climate change beliefs. People who are educated tend to be more aware that climate change is occurring and that it is due to human activity, perceiving it to be more serious and showing more support towards relevant policies. These positive effects of education have been observed especially at mid and lower levels of a country's development. At high levels of a country's development, the positive effects of education become attenuated by right-wing ideology. So, like, right-wing ideology, like, appears to become protective against, like, you know, accurate scientific information. Or, like, you are building up, like, cognitive or psychological walls that you are pretty much, like, no longer open to, like, a new idea. The moderating effects of left-right identification on the belief that climate change is taking place were rather modest, whereas the most pronounced interactive effects were found for the support for climate change policy. This confirms previous findings indicating that when it comes to issues such as climate change, what is most divisive is not the characterization of the problem itself, but the proposed solutions associated with the problem. Although motivated reasoning and identity protective cognition accounts would lead us to expect a negative effect of education on climate change beliefs for the political right, our findings do not support these predictions. The positive effects of education for the political left and the negative effects for the political right were observed in just a small number of countries. The US and other highly developed, mainly English-speaking countries. So, like, the US appears to be an outlier. There appears to be something unique about the political or social climate about the US that sort of cultivates what appears to be a closed-mindedness. 1 second. I want to catch up with chat. I appreciate the endorsement, Bokkel. But I have no problem admitting that I'm not the most capable when it comes to economics, and that you should probably leave like the economics or the politics to like actual experts, and that like I'll just weigh in from time to time and hopefully provide some research. I think capitalism should just be the tool that we use in order to build all the machinery and robotics and advance AI in order to get to post-capitalism, aka trying to refine our resources and gather more. So that tends to be the sentiment that I lean towards. Of like, even then, I'm calling that into question. Of like, so the argument that very often gets put forth pro-capitalism, or like the most pro-capitalism argument that I hear getting made, is like capitalism has lifted the most people out of poverty. Even if I take that as true, there are very good reasons to believe, scientific reasons to believe, that there are better ways to alleviate poverty than just like moving in the direction of capitalism. And in fact, that is also something that I can back up, which I will in a moment. Capitalism is the greatest, came here broke, but worked hard and made a small fortune producing and selling bee meat. I could have never done that. I don't know that communism means no bee meat. Capitalism is what made me a fortune producing and selling bee meat. I never bashed capitalism. Let's see. That writing's probably in a scholarly publication. Liberal presses and their ilk are just making up stuff to trick small-minded libs. I have to know, I have to believe for my own sanity, that you're just a great troll. Yes, exactly. Because, well, first of all, I don't see, where are the political affiliations of these professors? Or are you just automatically assuming that, like, if they're a professor, like, they're just automatically liberal? Hey, like, even though, like, I'm 99%, like, I enjoy a nice troll, and I also enjoy taking their points seriously. I have no problem arguing with an imaginary conservative. Just because it allows me to hopefully, like, when engaging with a real conservative or the real right wing, I can actually like address their points. So yeah, to wrap this, I want to read the next one. So furthermore, when we analyze the countries separately, the interactive effects of education and left-right identification were not always observed among developed countries. So again, it appears like the US is a little bit of an outlier. We did not detect interactions of this kind in the per-country analyses, especially when the sample sizes were not very large, or when the effects were less pronounced. That is, for climate change awareness and the belief that humans cause climate change. This was probably due to the smaller power in comparison to other analyses. Still, the overall pattern held. Furthermore, for a few countries with lower levels of development, for example, Morocco, Indonesia, we also found interactive effects between education and left-right identification, but they did not resemble the effects typically reported for the US. This highlights the need to embrace non-US-centric approaches to the analysis of public beliefs towards global issues such as climate change. Where it's like, again, the US really does appear to be an outlier, even amongst developed nations, where it's like the right-wing individuals or conservative-leaning individuals in the US really appear to be unique, where they are just like rigid in their beliefs, and like no amount of education, evidence, engagement will get them to change their mind or their positions. Second, and also to address this point of, capitalism, the best system. 1 second. Let me get up more research. So I've covered this research before on previous streams, but I think it's great research. I actually really like this paper, because again, one of the most common pro-capitalism arguments that I hear get made is like, again, capitalism has lifted the most people out of poverty. Sure, I have no problem granting that point, even though like I disagree with it. I'll put it on the table. But even then, granting that, there is every reason to believe that there are better ways of alleviating poverty than just like going towards capitalism. Because like the best research showing how to alleviate poverty is literally just like giving people money, and in addition to giving people money, it's like giving them education, giving them coaching, giving them support. Where it's like this study here, okay, where it was literally about alleviating poverty, okay, and as they sort of say, tackling psychosocial and capital constraints. So I think I might be putting too much spin on the title, but I could even like sort of frame the title as anti-capitalist, because like there are capital constraints. But what this study did, okay, is they pretty much assessed sort of multiple poverty alleviating measures, okay, and it turns out that like one of the best ways that they found in this study is not only giving money to women of these families, but giving them group formation and coaching, giving them entrepreneurship training, giving them market access facilitation, giving them life skills training, giving them community sensitization on aspirations and social norms. So basically just like an overall sort of life and market and entrepreneurship education, and giving them the money to use that information was like the best way to pretty much increase the economic standing of these families. And this held for pretty much the entire course of the study. And this was a very well-controlled study, where they had a control group, okay? They had multiple control groups, and trying to, pretty much isolate and control the variables as best they can, given complicated research like this, dealing with humans, and, humans in an economic sense. And again, like, it wasn't capitalism that, lifted these families out of poverty. And these are thousands of families, okay? This is a fairly large sample size. You can see here, at least 1,000 in each group. This is like 4,000 in total. The number of sample households, 4,700. And so, this is not like some small sample size. Like, yes, in the context of the entire country that this took place in Niger. So obviously there's whatever, millions of people there. So on that scale, it's technically a small sample size, but this is way more than enough to be statistically and socially significant. Where it's like, again, giving these women of these families money and giving them coaching, training, education, pretty much gave them the best outcome. Let me and Deflux, well, welcome. I see you've had a change in your username, but thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Yeah, so okay, you are asking a fair question, Moon. Like, could this be framed as pro-capitalism? In some sense, yes, but I would say, generally speaking, those who are staunch capitalists, at least the ones that I've encountered, and my experience might be biased, but the staunch pro-capitalists that I encounter generally are absolutely opposed to giving people money, free money. And not only was this giving people money, This was giving people like large amounts of money regularly. Okay, you can see they have two sort of money categories. They have lump sum cash grant, so it's like here's just a bunch of money at the beginning, and then you have regular cash transfer program. So it's like here's a bunch of money, and now we're just going to give you regular money throughout the entire course of the study. At least most of the capitalists that I encounter, or that are pretty staunchly capitalist, are like absolutely opposed to that concept. Let me just catch up with chat. Liberal professors indoctrinate our children using Minecraft. I mean, yeah, this has to be a troll. And this is a good troll at that. The bomb-throwing college professors turn kids against America. Why should kids be forced to read? So, like, the level of trolling is admirable. Women's... So actually, we actually know... There's a reason why, okay? This is a fairly recent study about poverty, published this year, March 2022. Okay, and there's a reason why they chose, in this study, to explicitly give the women money. Like, they outlined that in their methodology. Where it's like, yes, poverty-targeted cash transfer program for women, okay? And there's a reason why they have chosen women. And the research is a bit mixed, but generally speaking, you know, there's some past evidence showing that when you give, you know, the man of the household money, what do they sometimes do? They sometimes just go spending it on gambling, drinking, drugs, whatever. Essentially, to simplify it, if you give the man the money, they don't spend it on the family, okay? As opposed to like, this is pretty much like what we have sort of learned or leaned towards in the extreme poverty research of like, generally speaking, on the whole, although again, the evidence is a bit mixed, but on the whole, it seems to be a little bit better to give the women money because they will actually spend it on the family, as opposed to like the man is less likely to do that. In my marriage, the woman does the shop. Is there a way to give the money to the woman's husband so it's not spent? You think there's like strip malls in this is Niger, like the government. Like this has to be like the best troll of all time. Which I appreciate and respect the commitment to character. But you think there's like, you know, whatever, strip malls in Niger? I cannot say that I'm a capitalist, but I've been called that, and would most definitely be for giving money. So, and here is where, you know, if we want to redefine capitalism, or like, you know, if I have no problem labeling myself as a capitalist if it includes measures like this. The only thing that I would say, okay, and this is just my experience of like, given the fact that I am advocating for these types of interventions, as in I would advocate for, I would not only advocate for these type of interventions in countries with extreme poverty, I would advocate for these interventions like in my own country of Canada, which is developed country, of like, if someone is living in relative extreme poverty in Canada, like they should be given money. They should be given access to the resources, the education, the coaching to like be lifted out of poverty. And so like, if this is compatible with what most people brand as capitalism, I have no problem labeling myself as capitalist. But it just so happens that when I advocate for these measures, like I get the pushback from capitalists. Which one was... So yeah, to answer your question, I think I already answered it, but I have no problem repeating it. The best one was both, okay? It's outlined nicely, and you can see I've highlighted multiple things in this article. But the best one, okay, is this column here. That's why they say it's full. You can, hopefully you can see that it's all plus signs. And that means that it included the regular cash transfer program and the lump cash grant. As opposed to this psychosocial one, it's pretty much everything in the full, but it is missing out the lump sum cash grant. And so that's why they say this full one is the best one, where like the best one was both a large sum of money at the beginning and a regular cash transfer program. And they explicitly say that and outline that. Yeah, so they say it right here. The full arm produced the largest effects on consumption and revenues at the midpoint. So the full arm, it is this full arm here. Again, repeating myself, but like I want to get the messaging across as clearly as I can, of like a large lump sum of money and the regular cash transfer program. Isn't the case that countries with large amounts of wealth are very philanthropic generally? So, well, the generosity of developed countries, and it depends on what you mean by philanthropy, right? Are you talking about philanthropy at a government scale of like governments, for example, the Canadian government giving money to other countries? Or are you talking about like individual people giving to charities that like, or whatever, that is, you know, beneficial to other countries? Or do you mean both? Because the data on philanthropy, like I have no, like, I guess I should get into that in another stream. But the data in philanthropy, or like whatever, being generous is super interesting to me. And it totally varies country by country. Yes, you are exactly right. Although I guess I don't want to be absolutist, but that tends to be the overall sentiment. And this is what we have learned, okay, from the extreme poverty research, where like it seems like it appears to be a slightly better choice to give the women money because, as you say, they are more likely to spend it on the children and the household, as opposed to the men. They are less likely. Basically, if you were to frame it broadly, altruistic spending versus selfish spending, women are more likely to spend altruistically for the family, as opposed to men, generally speaking, on average. Although again, the data is a bit mixed, but on average, it seems like the men are more likely to spend the money selfishly. Well, you're advocating that a government body have a level of management in some bureaucracy that then decides who should get the money. Or are you advocating for the invocation and cultivation for the types of institutions that do this? Okay. So here is where it gets like I'm not committed to like only one answer, where like it has to be a government body and a government body only. Like, as someone who tries to maintain an open mind and who's mostly interested on solutions, and like the most effective or like, you know, most immediate effective solution, I'm like, I'm not gonna say like it's either government does it or nothing. I'm totally okay potentially with like private institutions doing that, but it just so happens that a private institution is less likely to do that. I sort of got into this with my conversation with Scott from Fabian Liberty exactly a week ago. We spoke for 4 hours, and we sort of touched upon this topic of like, obviously, Scott is a narco-capitalist. You know, they're an ANCAP. And as I said to them multiple times throughout our conversation, I don't really take strong issue with their anarchist position. Because, you know, I can see an anarchist position as defensible. And like, I'm open to that possibility of anarchism, or at least the type of anarchism that whatever anarchists advocate for. I mostly take issue with the capitalist side of the ANCAP equation. And so like, again, to answer your question as best I can, Like, yes, am I generally advocating for a government body that has, as you say, the level of management and bureaucracy that decides who should get the money? And I'm not even, I'm so radical, I'm not even saying that the government should decide. I'd be more like I mean, it depends on what you mean by decision. I'm totally okay with like being generous. I don't think access to money for survival needs to be all that gate kept. Right? I don't think there needs to be a heavy amount of gatekeeping. I take sort of a similar approach to something like welfare. Like I don't think we need to regulate welfare all that heavily, just because like welfare, first of all, it's not, at least in Canada, it's not all that much, or in my province, it's like not even enough to make ends meet. And I think generally on the whole, the people who access welfare like actually need it. And like I'm okay with whatever the minority who games the system for welfare, so that the people who need welfare can actually access it. So yeah, I'm not absolute in my government body being in control of this. Hopefully that answers your question as best I can. I'm a capitalist and I don't fair enough, Oily Olive. And that's why, like, again, if what I'm espousing is compatible with capitalism, then by all means you can label me a capitalist. But I'm just saying, like, most capitalists would reject me. Doing research on an interesting bee species. If I'm ignoring you, Oily Olive, I apologize. Vultures, bees produce meat honey. Tastes similar to meat because it came from rotting meat. Intense, smoky, salty, uniquely sweet based on person who tastes it. So I have never heard of vulture bees, but if you want to send an article my way about vulture bees, by all means, or a video. But isn't it the case that if you institute government bodies to tax everyone and everything, and claims to be the body and control the institutions that control access to welfare, money, and support, isn't it the case if you do this that this will destroy any private philanthropic tendencies? So, okay. There's, at least in my mind, there's a lot of claims there that are being made. That, like, I understand you're making a philosophical claim, but I don't see how that will destroy private philanthropic tendencies. At the very least, like, I think, in my mind, okay, and I'm open to being corrected or challenged on it, of like, I don't see what's stopping someone like whatever Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos from being more philanthropic, unless I'm missing something about the situation. Like I don't think the current whatever situation in the United States prevents private philanthropy. And I think even given that, you don't see enough philanthropy. And in fact, okay, I would say, and here's where I'm going to bring in the psychological research of like, if you are endorsing a capitalist system, you are probably not going to be all that philanthropic. And that is borne out, I think, pretty decently well in the research of like those who tend to espouse sort of capitalistic values. They're not the most giving. They're not the most generous. And so here is where I'm going to bring in some other research. 1 second. One second. Well, people who are that rich, like Elon, are just pure evil, and we shouldn't use them in comparison to the sum of philanthropic tendencies in a society. Right. So, and there's a reason why. Okay, I tend to take more issue with Scott's capitalistic stance than their anarchist stance, because I think there are very real reasons to move away from what I would characterize as capitalistic values. Corey find well, I mean, if what I'm saying fits into your definition of neocon capitalist, by all means, you can put me in that box. A lot of charities is just a tax efficient way of making money. Yeah, that is true. So, to me, there's a very interesting phenomenon, psychologically interesting phenomenon, when it comes to like economists, and those who tend to espouse capitalistic values. Okay, where they don't appear to be overly generous, or to use your language, Deflux, they don't appear to be all that philanthropic. Where I think it's fair to say most economists, or those who go into economics, the economics discipline, they tend to espouse capitalistic values, and those who espouse capitalistic values are not overly generous, and this is reproduced multiple times. I mean, and they're asking the question, is it selection or indoctrination? Like, are those who go and study economics, are they just more selfish and therefore they just go into economics? Or is it the result of their economics education that they become more selfish? And well, they say it right here. A substantial body of research suggests that economists are less generous than other professionals, and that economics students are less generous than other students. Following these researchers, we address this question using administrative data on donations to social programs by students at the University of Washington. Our dataset allows us to track student donations and macroeconomics training over time in order to distinguish selection effects from indoctrination. We find that there is a selection effect for economics majors who are less likely to donate than other students, and that there is an indoctrination effect for non-majors but not for majors. Women majors and non-majors are less likely to contribute than comparable men. And this goes back like quite a ways, like almost 30 years. Are economists different? And if so, why? It even comes, it's not just due to like money and spending. Like, to use like game theory, it seems like those who go to study economics, like they become defectors. Like they are more likely to cheat. At least, a little bit more likely to cheat. And that's why like they are asking this question. And this is 30-year-old research. And this is economists studying economists. Where like this is Department of Economics, University of Washington, where it's like, hey, they're looking at themselves saying, hey, why are we so less generous? Why are we more greedy? I mean, I think you would find that wealth countries are considerably, though it depends on what you mean by considerably. Because if I remember correctly, okay, but I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, as a function of like percentage, okay, the United States is not all that generous. Like, yes, they are generous when you take into account like the total amount of money. It's sort of going back to like this CO2 emissions, CO2 emissions conversation, where it's like, yes, if you look at total CO2 emissions, like China is a large emitter, but if you break it down by per capita emissions, okay, as in like the rate of CO2 emissions, China like is behind the United States. And like, yes, if I remember correctly, but I'm open to being corrected, I might be mistaken, but like, yes, on a total dollar value, okay, the US is generous, okay? But then at the same time, if you break it down by a percentage of their GDP, if you break it down by like per capita, like the US is actually not all that generous. Let's see, 1 second. If you are a student, you should be donating your time, not your money. Not if you have any brains, that is. But this is not, again, as this is not just one study, okay? They say it in like the first sentence in their in this study of like a substantial body of research. It's not like we're only coming to this conclusion not only by studying economic students. Like we are studying economists at large, not just students. Same thing holds true with this. This is not just from studying students, okay? And same thing here. They are not just studying students. They're studying economists broadly. Art prof, do you want to donate? Econ prof, what color? Yeah, exactly. I think that's a decent framing. Vulture B, thank you so much. Oily Olive. We have to remember the US isn't that capital. So they might not, that's where it's like, it's so interesting. They might not be your brand of capitalist, okay? But I think when it, on a scale of whatever, capitalist to whatever, something else, I think the United States is more heavily than any other country towards the capitalist spectrum. And like, sure, if you're talking about the brand of capitalism that Scott advocates for, then sure, I have no problem admitting that pretty much no country operates by the definition of capitalism that Scott advocates for. Okay, so then are there any current countries that you would point to that are more capitalist than the United States? Or are there a list of countries? Or like, I'm curious, where would you place the United States on a spectrum of capitalism? Or do you say like they're just not capitalist at all? Then it's like, well, I don't even know how, like, it's difficult to engage with you at that point, because like, I would say no economist would, I think very few economists would agree with you. And I think very few like experts in capitalism would agree with you. As in like American capitalism, like has been studied. And I can even, again, I can show you that. Okay, so then I would ask the question of like these so far you've listed developing nations. I think it's fair to say Ghana is a developing country. New Guinea, developing country. Well, pretty much, yeah, anywhere on the Ivory Coast, developing country. And so I don't see how that bolsters the argument of like capitalism, whatever, good, or like a good system. Then the USA. So it looks like you're putting it like whatever. You're putting it in the top 10. I think that's a fair assessment of your ranking, based off what you said so far. And I have no problem going with that. Of like, the United States is somewhere in the top 10. I think we're on the same page there. Of like capitalist systems. One second. I want to make sure I get all the links. Okay. Thank you so much, Moon, for sending that. Much appreciated. Index of economic freedom. Number 1 is Singapore. Which still, if I remember correctly, developing country. So, United States, 25th out of, I guess they ranked literally all the countries. Fair enough. Okay, you didn't say it was good, and I apologize if I mischaracterize your argument. Singapore should be developed. I will take your word for it. I could be totally misinformed. I just tend to think of developed countries as like whatever, part of whatever, the G7 or like the OECD, blah blah blah. But that's obviously my bias. Let's. Okay, yeah, highly developed market economy, but yeah, I think that's fair to say. Still, a very much developed country. So you are correct, Moon. And thank you for correcting me. I have no problem being wrong. Yeah, other sources say, well, yeah, so it depends on, like, the metric. I understand, like, there's not, like, one single source of, like, what determines whether, you know, an economy, or rather, the market is free or not. This is just one metric, but, you know, there will be some slight variations, but I have no doubt that, like, whatever metric that you use, it'll be, like, roughly the same, just some small deviations. Unless it's, like, you know, just totally some wild out there metric. Okay. But, you know, I do think it's fair. You may very well disagree, Deflux, and that's totally fine. But I think even from here, the link that Moon sent of, like, you know, the United States is up there in terms of, like, mostly free. Is it perfectly free? Well, I guess this is not the right way to phrase it. But, you know, on this metric of whatever, free market or economic freedom, you know, the United States is in, like, the top, in the upper half, well in the upper half. You know, it's if A plus is free and, like, you know, A is, like, moderately free, it looks like the United States is getting, like, an A minus or, like, a B plus. People hate Singapore among dozens of other countries that demonstrate that imperialism was in general a good thing. Okay, so I'm curious then, like, how do you understand like, or maybe the better way is, like, what is your concept of capitalism? So, I tend to view capitalism, strictly speaking, you know, how generally speaking, most people understand capitalism. And I think we just went through, at the very least, there are many elements of the United States that are capitalistic or that fall in the realm of capitalism. And so, like, with that in mind, okay, what are some of the effects of that? Or, like, what are some of the reasons? It's not the only reason, but what are some of the reasons why I am pretty staunchly against capitalism? Because I personally think that it boils down to, like, values, as in, like, the values that a capitalistic mindset or capitalistic values that tend to get cultivated under that system are not overly good or, like, not they don't tend to lead towards good well-being psychologically or even, like, in a material sense either. And this literature review touches upon that, where Some Cost of American Corporate Capitalism, a psychological exploration of value and goal conflicts. Another source I saw considers states as a mixed economy, probably why it's not lower. Yeah, there's various metrics to measure, economic freedom. They just happen to make smart investments in education, happen to be located in popular trade routes. Yeah, it seems like you are way more educated on Singapore than I am, which is definitely a good thing, since, I certainly rely on other people for sources of education. Well, without massive levels of detail, in a chronological sense, it is utilization of financial products backed by a legal system. In a loose way, ANCAPs are particularly interesting, like Scott and Mark, as they believe in a legal system backed by financial products. Okay. And actually, this might be the time. Let's see if I can find it. Obviously, I follow Scott on Twitter. Hopefully nothing DOS. Yeah. Okay. So, I'll put this... we're not going to watch this 4 hour... This was a 4-hour conversation between me and Scott, literally last weekend. But if anybody wants to watch it, they can. I'll put the link in the chat. But I'm grateful that Scott, uploaded our conversation to their YouTube channel. It was definitely an interesting conversation that I enjoyed, and that, like, I pretty much always enjoy interacting and conversing with Scott, even though sometimes it definitely can be challenging, both challenging to my intellect or lack thereof, and challenging to my patience sometimes. But generally, on a one-on-one conversation, like, they give me the space to speak, which I appreciate. So one of the main reasons why I, like, push back strongly on a capitalistic system, okay, is because there's some values associated with it, and I think those values are not overly good. And I think they tend to cultivate overall, like, bad outcomes for humans. And I think a lot of the negative effects that we see on a large scale, society-wide, in terms of, like, divorce rates increasing, anxiety, depression, other mental health issues increasing, and a bunch of growing income inequality, right? Obesity, or rather other negative health outcomes, heart disease, stroke, cancer, and also a lot of the other, well, pretty much in the United States, like, and Canada as well, like the leading causes of death are largely lifestyle related, or like heavily influenced by lifestyle or like your external environment. Where it's like, yeah, heart disease and stroke are like very much almost exclusively preventable by lifestyle changes. And this article like touches upon some of those values and how those values sort of mix with our human psychology, and then some of like the consequences of that. I'm gonna read some of the highlights. I should probably at some point like read this entire article like on stream, because it really is a great article. And also, you know, it's not like I don't think it's easily dismissed. And the reason for that is because this individual here, Richard M. Ryan, they are a pretty substantial name in psychology. If I remember correctly, they're like one of the primary figures in like the positive psychology movement. They are in psychology spheres like a world-renowned, you know, like psychology expert. Where I think they have like even a nice Wikipedia article about them. Yeah. Where like world-renowned, you know, highly cited, overall does great research, and so I think there's a reason, or good reasons, to take an article like this seriously. So, indeed, capitalism shares features with all broad socio-cultural organizations that shape people's psychological lives. Consider, for example, religion as a socio-cultural organization. Any religion, in order to maintain itself and survive in the long term, must create a set of institutions that increase the likelihood that individuals will believe in the particular ideology supportive of that religion. Both, in turn, increase the likelihood that people will engage in the behaviors that maintain the religion. For example, Christianity is characterized by a particular ideology or set of beliefs, for example, that is monotheism, the divinity of Christ, the possibility of reaching heaven, that is supported and emphasized by a group of institutions. For example, churches, religious publishing houses, and religious organizations. Both these institutions and ideologies encourage people to engage in a set of behaviors, for example, praying, tithing, going to church, following the Ten Commandments, that are consistent with and support Christianity. That is, both the institutions and the ideologies are necessary for the religion to maintain itself. Or if large numbers of former Christians stop participating in the institutions, for example, went to the mall rather than church, and believing in the ideologies, for example, believed in paganism rather than monotheism, the religion would die out. Similar dynamics could be identified for political systems, such as democracy, in which particular ideologies, for example, equal representation, human rights, and institutions, for example, constitutions, voting laws, support the system. Nobody wants socialism except for failures. Socialism is for, yeah, absolutely. Everyone in socialism is definitely like lazy, and I think you saw that play out in the poverty research that I shared, of like when you gave those women large sums of money and regular sums of money, like they just became lazy. In the same way, for a capitalistic economic system to be successful, it must be supported by a particular set of institutions. For example, legal systems protecting private property and limiting corporate liability. Organizational support from chambers of commerce to the World Trade Organization, etc. And ideologies, for example, the treatment of natural resources as private property, the primacy of self-interest, beliefs in the benefits of competition, and the necessity of economic growth. By doing so, the culture encourages individuals to pursue the types of behaviors, for example, working for a wage, investing in the stock market, consuming in large amounts, that ensure the smooth and long-term functioning of capitalism. So it's like, so they are making the argument, okay, and I think a fairly convincing one, not absolutely convincing, but convincing enough to me, where it's like, for any system or any institution to continue to exist, you have to get people to basically participate in that system. And they use that analogy of religion, where it's like, I think some places are seeing that play out of like religion sort of disappearing or decreasing in certain elements of society, where it's like, for the church as an institution to continue to exist and perpetuate itself, you need people to continue going to church. You need people to continue giving money, praying, etc. Because if people stop engaging in those behaviors, well, the church and probably the religion disappears. I think it's fair to say that like if everyone stopped praying, if everyone stopped going to church, if everyone stopped, giving money to the church, like pretty much that religion would almost certainly like vanish, or like it'd have no real world ramifications. Like you could almost act as if it doesn't exist. I think the same thing holds true with capitalism, where it's like, there are certain things, there are certain values and behaviors associated with capitalism that in order for it to continue as a system, you need people to participate in that system, okay? And how do you get people to participate, or what is the bare minimum that people need to do, okay, in order to have capitalism continue? I think it's fair to say, and they pretty much put forth this argument, that you need people to consume it and to consume things, and also to consume private property or natural resources in order for capitalism as a system to continue to exist, or for it to perpetuate itself. Just as there are many forms of Christianity, for example, Protestant, Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, each of which has their own particular institutions and ideologies that vary around a few basic themes, there are also different forms of capitalism, such as Nordic, Asian, and Third World capitalism. And maybe this is what you are alluding to, Deflux, and even myself. Of like there appear to be many flavors or varieties of capitalism, and like if my variety of capitalism is compatible with giving people money and giving them regular cash transfers and giving them social support, giving them entrepreneurial support, giving them educational support, if those are compatible with a flavor of capitalism, then I have no problem being labeled as a capitalist. In this target article, we have chosen to focus on one particular form of capitalism, namely American corporate capitalism, or what we will call ACC. There are 3 reasons we have chosen to explore some of the dynamics that occur under ACC in particular, rather than capitalism in general. First, as it is the system under which we personally live, it is the one that we are most familiar with and that affects us the most. Second, it seems to us that ACC is the form of capitalism that currently has the largest worldwide influence. And so you might disagree, Deflux, but I think that's a fair characterization, as in like the brand or flavor of capitalism that has the greatest influence, that might have like the greatest support, is what they call, I don't know that I would call it, but they call American corporate capitalism. Third, the process of economic globalization, which so characterizes the contemporary world, promotes ACC more than other forms of capitalism, thereby making it the type of capitalism most likely to influence people in the future. Thus, unless otherwise indicated, all of the observations we make only concern American corporate capitalism at the turn of the millennium. I don't know if my economic interest in capitalism, fine with some regulations to prevent abuse of system, but too much regulations can be bad. And here's where, again, many people, I'm not saying I would make this argument, but many people would say that, like, yeah, if you are for any regulations, then, like, you are not a capitalist. Oh, and have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for passing by. Like, so I have saved the articles that you sent on Science and Magic, so I will read them on my future stream. My future stream might be tomorrow, if not Tuesday. But yes, thank you so much for passing by. Have a lovely evening, and hope you get some good sleep. So, we will first provide a brief description of ACC so that readers may understand its primary features. Then, building on empirical work concerning the organization of values and goals, we will present a framework for understanding how the institutions and ideologies of ACC come to emphasize one set of aims and to de-emphasize another set. Specifically, we will show that ACC fosters and encourages a set of values based in self-interest. I think that's fair to say. I think, at the very least, American corporate capitalism, or the brand of capitalism that you see in the United States, that I think gets exported throughout many parts of the world, cultivates a sort of self-interested behavior. And I sort of touched upon that in the economics research that I showed earlier, shown here. Of like, are economists different? Are they greedy? Do they donate less to charity? The answer appears to be yes. I think you are seeing that play out in terms of like this self-interested behavior. A strong desire for financial success, high levels of consumption, and interpersonal styles based on competition. And I personally also think it's fair to say that American corporate capitalism, or capitalistic values, tend to foster and encourage competition. And I would label it as unhealthy competition, personally. The consequence of such an emphasis is that ACC also tends to oppose, undermine, de-emphasize, and crowd out goals and values for caring about the broader world, cultivating close interpersonal relationships, and especially among poorer individuals, feeling worthy and free. Notably, such aims are typically associated with psychological well-being, optimal performance, social cohesion, and ecological sustainability. And thus their conflict with the aims of ACC might be of interest to many psychologists. Disagree? Yeah, laissez-faire capitalism is no regulations. Yes, you are absolutely right. There are different forms, but there is some from some people. There is some gatekeeping of capitalism, where it's like, for example, I think it's fair to say, I don't want to like mischaracterize them, but I think it's fair to say that Scott from Fabian Liberty would not accept you as a capitalist because you are for some regulations. I don't want to mischaracterize Scott, but I think it's fair to say that Scott would gatekeep capitalism, and that they would not accept my brand of capitalism that I touched upon earlier. So to rewind a little bit of like, as they say here, American corporate capitalism, it seems to cultivate or foster certain values that we as humans have, and those values, as they say, crowd out, de-emphasize, or undermine other values that might be equally, if not more important. And I want to highlight cultivating close interpersonal relationships, because I think everyone agrees, okay, that the divorce rate has increased over time, although I think it has recently kind of stabilized. But we are, but at the same time, in terms of the level of connectedness that we as humans feel with other humans, I personally think it's fair to say that we feel like the least connected than we have ever felt, and that close interpersonal relationships are struggling, or like more and more people are struggling with close interpersonal relationships. I think that's a fair assessment in the developed world, and I don't think it's a coincidence. Okay, And I'm not saying that, you know, capitalistic values are the sole reason for that. I want to be clear that I don't think any negative outcome in a society can really ever be boiled down to just one sole reason. And so I recognize that there are, you know, a confluence of variables and influences. I'm just trying to highlight maybe some key influences or variables. And I think capitalism or capitalistic values is one of those key variables. Where it's like I think we're seeing clearly more and more that, you know, people's interpersonal relationships are struggling. So, what is American corporate capitalism? And like as they say here, it would require a book to, you know, provide some in-depth discussion. Unlike some economic system in which land, technology, and other aspects of the means of production are shared by the community. Divorce is pretty low in the upper class. It seems like it's lower class that has a high divorce rate. So totally that's almost certainly a part of it. And here is where there's a little bit of a nuanced conversation, I think, because just because there's a lower divorce rate in the upper class, that doesn't mean that, you know, the relationship or the marriage that they are having is of high quality. Sort of like, so we know, okay, I think whatever, globally, or on the whole, the divorce rate is pretty high, okay? And so we know that people are divorcing at a fairly high rate. Depending on the country, it's around 30-40%. But I think it's fair to say that there are still people in marriages that, like, they should divorce, but they choose not to, or, like, you know, for the sake of staying married, they will basically stay in an unhappy marriage. And so if we use the metric of, like, how many people are in, you know, sort of unhappy or low quality relationships, well, if the divorce rate is like 40%, and I don't think it's an outlandish claim to say that there are people who will not divorce and will stay in an unhealthy or unhappy marriage. And so I think if you just frame it as how many relationships are, like, you know, low quality that don't lead to divorce, or rather, like, including those in, like, the divorce statistics, like, I would say, like, probably around, like, whatever, 45 to, like, 55% of relationships are, like, of not the greatest quality. And that, like, it's a minority of relationships, marriage or not, that are of, like, high quality and that people are actually, whatever, happy and flourishing. But, like, do I have, like, hard data to back that up? No, I don't have a problem admitting that. But I do think that's, like, a fair claim to make. Of, like, yes, the divorce statistics are high, but I think it's fair to say that even higher, that, like, people will stay in an unhappy marriage and they won't divorce. And so just the number of unhappy relationships is higher than the divorce rate. But I do take your point, and I have no doubt that that's also a variable as well, Moon, in terms of, like, lower wages, and, like, you know, financial strain is a strain on a relationship. Financial strain is a strain on a marriage, right? And I think also sort of capitalism, you know, bleeds into that as well. American corporate capitalism involves the private ownership of property by particular individuals, or as we shall see, by large corporations owned by shareholders. This is the very nature of capital. Individuals invest some of their own resources to purchase land or technology, and then use that property as a means of producing some good or service that they, the capitalists, hope will create a profit. Like, yeah, I think this sums it up, whatever, pretty succinctly, but obviously you can't do an in-depth analysis in an article like this. So, like, yeah, the grandfather of capitalistic thought, economist Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, blah, 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 put this especially well, writing, "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities, but of their advantages. So this leads to a system in which the capitalist strives to keep the cost of production down in order to maximize profit, even if it results in low wages for the laborers. I think I addressed their point, Deflux, but I could be mistaken. You want to clarify? According to Adam Smith, the result of this generalized pursuit of self-interest is a bending of private interests as if guided by an invisible hand to serve the welfare of society. And what guides the hand? Competition among and between the three main players in the marketplace. The capitalist, who hopes to maximize profit by keeping costs, including wages, low and prices high. The laborer, who hopes to have high wages. And the consumer, who hopes that the cost of products and services will be low. So that was like the summary, or at least the very brief summary of what they are defining as American corporate capitalism. So what we hope comes into relief from our brief description is that American corporate capitalism carries with it certain practices and beliefs that foster the pursuit of self-interest, competition, economic growth, and high levels of consumption. And I think also this is key, high levels of consumption. Again, multiple variables, but I think this plays into sort of rising obesity rates, rising rates of people being overweight. As such, ACC is more than just money and goods. It is a system of beliefs, social relationships, and institutions that encourage, regulate, and direct human motivations and values, just as religion, political systems, and other features of societies do. In short, like any social system, American corporate capitalism fosters ideological values and institutional practices that further fuel its goals and suppresses other values and practices at odds with its aims. Further, those who enter disciplines tightly intertwined with the institutions and ideology of American corporate capitalism, such as business, economics, and the law, become increasingly focused on self-interested financial success values and beliefs, and become less concerned with cooperation and helping others. And they cite a bunch of research to back up this claim. Yet such values and beliefs are also notable in the general population. Approximately 70% of contemporary US late adolescents believe that financial success is a very important or essential aim in life. And a similar percentage believe that Americans are basically self-interested and care little about those in need. Again, they are citing research to back this up. So the first problem is that ACC's assumptions that people are primarily self-interested and competitive, and that the acquisition of material goods promotes happiness, are at best debatable and at worst incorrect. So they're making a pretty bold claim here. As we will see later in our review, many psychological theories propose that a focus on self-interest and competition reflects immature psychological development and/or psychopathology. These perspectives instead recognize that humans have cooperative, altruistic motives as well. Further, when the types of materialistic aims encouraged by ACC, namely goals such as wealth, fame, or image, are relatively important to people, lower well-being is reported. Again, they're making pretty bold claims, but I think they back them up quite nicely in the rest of the article. And I think there's other research to back up their claims I think it's pretty bold to say that the first problem is that ACC's assumptions that people are primarily self-interested and competitive, that the acquisition of material goods promotes happiness, are at best debatable and at worst incorrect. Where it's like, the fundamental assumptions about ACC, they should not be taken as obvious, and that they are at best debatable or at worst incorrect. As they sort of say, a focus on self-interest and competition reflects immature psychological development, or psychopathology. That's also, I think, pretty pretty bold claim, or pretty explicit or interesting language to use. Yes, absolutely. Do you want me to link it in the Discord, in the chat, both, DM you, all of the above? Yes, I will link it in the Discord, and I will tag you. I'll do that like right after the stream. Another rabbit hole I recently went down. Since the current flavor of capitalism needs continual consumption and growth, most governments have chosen to make most money through credit. Loans, yes, that disproportionately qualify rich people, so there's a built-in engine outside of the market that pretty much demands wealth inequality to increase. And this doesn't surprise me. And this is one of the reasons, again, another one of the reasons why, so that I'm pretty staunchly, at the very least, skeptical or, explicitly anti-capitalist. Where it's like, it seems, they're sort of saying, and I tend to agree with them, based off of the research that I've gathered, of like, capitalism is sort of antithetical to our human psychology. And I don't think it's so. And I don't think it's a coincidence that, like, as capitalism, as our capitalist system has progressed in the developed world, we are seeing rising rates of anxiety and depression. But again, that's not the only factor. There are multiple factors, and many people will point to social media, and that is totally a factor. Okay. Or at least it totally seems to be a factor. But also at the same time, like what is the system that like created social media? Because social media is viral. Social media, sort of preys, or maybe a better word, exploits our human psychology, in terms of like, that dopamine hit, in terms of like, it's hard for some people to like disconnect or disengage from social media, or even from just like their phone at large. And I think, I think we now have a high degree of confidence to say that like social media has like been designed so that we consume it like as much as possible. That like, it's been designed or engineered to like be difficult to put down or disconnect from, because it's like it's in the platform's interest to have your eyes on the platform as much as possible, to see ads, etc., etc. To me, I think that's like a social media is like a perfect example of like, the values of capitalism, of like, in order for social media to like continue to perpetuate itself, like you need to get eyes on social media, and they need to keep your eyes on social media. Well, how do they do that? Well, it's built into the design, where like, again, you get that dopamine hit, etc., etc. And like the more that they have your eyes like on their platform, like the more they can bombard you with ads, where like it's almost like been purposefully like made addictive, because like social media wants to perpetuate itself. It wants to perpetuate itself in order to get more ads or to get more advertising revenue. And so like the more that they can sort of exploit or like tap into our human psychology, so that it becomes impossible for us to put it down, then like that's in their interest. Wasn't the Roman Empire so that's an excellent either statement or question, so I will take that as a question. So I don't know that I would I don't know that I personally would characterize the Roman Empire as capitalistic, but also at the same time, I have no problem admitting that I'm not an expert on the Roman Empire. I have I've done decent amount of research on the Roman Empire, and like I'm decently familiar with the Roman Empire, and I'm decently familiar with Roman philosophy. But I don't know that I can confidently say whether or not the Roman Empire was, explicitly capitalistic. I tend to lean towards not. But like, if an actual expert or someone more well read on the Roman Empire just says they're capitalistic, then I have no problem buying that. Basically, Elon Musk can get a loan from the bank at near 0% to invest in stock and basically make free money, while the working class man can't. And the cherry on top is that the increase in money is technically an inflation tax on people who hold cash, which is the working class. Yes, and this doesn't surprise me at all. If freedom capitalism, taking your terms, what is cohesive? Okay, so let me cover that. Yeah. So to answer your question, oh, whoopsies. So to answer your question, Moon, I totally know who Jonathan Haidt is. A popular social psychologist. They've also written a book, or multiple books. And also, like, I do have... Oh yeah, right here. I also have multiple papers of their research. Especially this one, that I find the most interesting, about libertarian morality. And I've gone through this paper multiple times on stream. You can see I've highlighted many things. Or multiple things. Totally, and the moral stereotypes, so they obviously cover a lot of, they do a lot of research on politics. And I think that they get a lot of things correct that I agree with, but I also think there are some very valid criticisms of Jonathan Haidt, because they tend to come from like a moral foundations framework, or rather like the framework of politics that they tend to operate with is called like moral foundations. Well, yeah, actually it's right here. So I'm not making it up. Where it's like, just the moral foundations of liberals and conservatives are just like different, fundamentally different, and it's just from there that the political divide happens. I personally think that's overly simplistic, and I should probably go through that on a future stream. Like, totally, like, the moral foundations is like a valid way, I think, to assess the political divide, or rather, I think it's a valid way to describe sort of political differences. But to me, it doesn't, it falls short, and there's actually like some good papers, good academic papers, criticizing Jonathan Haidt's sort of moral foundations framework or model. Because I think Jonathan Haidt doesn't do a good, at least to me, in my non-expert opinion, but I've read a lot of the research. They don't do a good enough job at explaining like the why, of like, why are those moral foundations different? One of like sort of the moral foundations that Jonathan Haidt highlights is like disgust. When it comes to like disgust, it seems like, okay, conservatives kind of have a higher disgust response than liberals. And that sort of explains some of the fundamental differences between liberals and conservatives. But he doesn't do a good enough job of like, at least again in my mind, of why conservatives seem to have this greater level of disgust. or greater level of response to disgust. But I'll probably cover that on a future stream. But totally, Jonathan Haidt does some great research, but I do think I personally think there's room for improvement. And so to answer your question, Deflux, of what do I think is sort of no, it's not this one. Take this off screen, gotta... And actually, I would... So, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but Deflux, well, if you're still around. And even Moon, yourself. You know, I think everyone knows, at least in the developed world, or in many parts of the developed world, you know, there's this falling birth rate. I'm curious, like, what do you attribute, or what do you see as the cause of, like, this plummeting birth rate? But yeah, so to answer your question, what do I think is cohesive with humans? I would reframe that, right? So, because there's a difference between what is cohesive with humans and what is what is psychologically good, or you know, what maximizes psychological well-being for humans. As in, I have no problem saying that capitalism is cohesive with humans, as in it can work. Like, obviously, clearly, it can work. But in terms of, like, its ability to maximize human well-being, or psychological well-being, or, you know, to use sort of Greek terms, you know, flourishing, you know, eudaimonia, etc., etc. So, me, it's a separate question of what do I think, you know, promotes sort of, or maximizes psychological well-being. And I think this graph here summarizes it well. Of, like, generally speaking, and the research bears this out. So this is a review article from the Department of Psychology. And this is, you know, a very in-depth review article, and that I've gone through before. You can see, again, I've highlighted very many things in this article. So, as alluded to, okay, in the previous article about American corporate capitalism, okay, I think it's fair to say that capitalistic values, okay, promote materialism or materialistic values, as in, like, you know, you should just consume things. I think it's fair to say, okay, that capitalism tends to operate on sort of like this lower left-hand side, or at the very least on the left-hand side of this graph, which is mapping values, where it's like, and I think it's fair to say, you know, self-enhancement and sort of the self-interest of capitalism, I think go hand in hand. Where it's like, you know, you have power, you have materialism, you have achievement, you have work. Okay? And I think the research bears it out well that, like, yes, capitalism promotes these values in, like, the left-hand quadrant of this graph, but this is not where sort of psychological well-being lies, or rather, it doesn't tend to maximize psychological well-being, and there's a lot, well, sort of alluded to here. Materialism and well-being, a conflicting values perspective. They call it conflicting values because, like, the more that you tend to operate, the more you tend to operate in this axis here, the more that you don't tend to optimize or maximize psychological well-being. And generally speaking, okay, the values that seem to promote psychological well-being or flourishing, etc., are the values up here, of universalism, community, benevolence. I think it's fair to say that, generally speaking, in our current, state of things, largely or leaning towards capitalistic, that there's a loss of community. I think that's fairly non-controversial, and almost unanimously agreed upon. Where it's like, I think everyone almost universally feels like, unless you're part of a church, like there's this loss of community that has taken place. Pretty scary that all the incentives of social media companies is to hack our brains and get, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Moon. I'd say it's relative to the cost of having children, and costs all across the developed nations have declined in relation to the size of the state in each country. There is a delay, but it's congruent. So, well, if that, and I understand that you are probably, you like me, would never like claim that it's just one thing driving whatever outcome. But I would ask you the question, because like even wealthier people, okay, like the trend as nations get more and more wealthy, you see birth rates plummet, and like you see even wealthier people, like this holds true across socioeconomic levels of like even the wealthy, the ones who can actually afford to have children, they are having less and less children. So like I would ask you, like, what do you think is going on there, where it's like even the wealthy, even the ones who can afford to have children, they are choosing, actively, consciously choosing not to have children. This may be semantics, but to me you're using the word incorrectly. You're stating capitalism as a moral system, whereas no, I don't think I'm maybe I've misspoken, but I don't think I brought in morality. I'm more just, I'm working in the realm of what do I think either cultivates or maximizes psychological well-being, happiness, whatever, flourishing. I totally take your point that capitalism is amoral. I'm more talking about in terms of like, what do I think is a system that maximizes human well-being or human flourishing. But if I mention morality, then I misspoken. Well, my point still holds. If it costs more to have children, it still costs more. If you have in the bank, it still costs more. We are comparing the cost with the cost of all other things. Yeah, totally. I understand your point. At least I believe I understand your point. But I would say that at least in my opinion, based off of what I know, I don't think that sufficiently explains enough of the falling birth rate. Because if it was purely economic, like pretty much, I think it's fair to say that as countries have gotten more and more wealthier, So Moon is touching upon that. Certainly, there's this aspect of choice, but then the question is, okay, even then, even if it's like it's now like women have a choice, which is a great thing. Why are they choosing not to? Where it's like, because one would think, okay, as sort of more and more countries, I think it's fair to say that the developed countries have been largely lifted out of extreme poverty, okay, and so they have the material conditions, generally speaking, to have children, and they are choosing not to. And so to me, it begs the question of like, why are they choosing not to? So like, pretty much these values here, as I was saying, universalism, community, benevolence, and you even have religiosity, okay? This is on the axis of self-transcendence, where it's like something sort of above or, you know, outside yourself, or not solely about yourself. Basically the opposite of self-enhancement or self-interest. It seems to be like these values are what tend to promote sort of psychological well-being, or, you know, human flourishing, happiness, etc., etc. Where we tend to be happier when we are sort of practicing or living these values, as opposed to these ones, where, you know, we're concerned with power, we're concerned with achievement, status, hedonism, materialism, even though many people will label themselves as hedonists. You know, when we actually sort of look at the psychological well-being of those who like espouse pure hedonism, they don't tend to be, you know, all that psychologically happy or have high levels of well-being, etc., etc. I wouldn't say that women are more selective when it comes to having children. They might be more selective whenever possible as to whom to have children with. But as a whole, men are men and women are women. No, it's... I mean, you can even... So, let's read the description of the figure. Results of multi-dimensional scaling analyses representing the relative compatibility and conflict of materialism with other values in the Schwartz value model, and with additional values for community, family, and religiosity. All they're saying is that some values, like it's almost impossible, depending on where you are, to practice like, or to live out two values at the same time. It is almost impossible to like maximize materialism and like universalism and community at the same time. I think it's fair to say that it's almost impossible, or at least, you know, there's very many inherent contradictions between like religiosity and living a purely hedonistic lifestyle. I think it's fair to say that the majority of religions like shun, or at the very least, you know, don't cultivate a purely hedonistic lifestyle. All they're saying is like it's very difficult, if not impossible, to like behave in this way and not have any sort of internal conflict, or not have any sort of cognitive dissonance. Okay, I think it's fair to say that, you know, most people who are, you know, very religious and take their religion seriously, of like the major religions, I think it's fair to say that if they are leading a purely hedonistic lifestyle, there's a high degree of cognitive dissonance at play. I think most people, if not all people, would agree with that. It's not making any moral claims. It's just sort of speaking to the difficulty of like maximizing certain values, where it's very difficult, if not impossible, to maximize certain values as they map out. So to give my perspective, on, you know, the falling birth rate. So there are multiple, as I've mentioned before, I would never just, you know, distill one issue down to one single variable, and that there are multiple variables. Let me just get up more research. So, I think it's fair to say, okay, that maybe people will disagree, but I think it's fair to say that having children is an example of self-transcendence. I think that's an almost perfect sort of distillation of self-transcendence. Like, you know, I don't think you can get any more self-transcendent than just like bringing in another person into the world that's related to you. I think that would be almost a literal sort of real world example of self-transcendence. And sort of to bring it back to the point that I was trying to make, or to address what you brought up of like, you know, it seems like it's making a moral claim. It's not. It's just saying that it's hard to like maximize certain values if they are on opposing opposite ends of like the spectrum or the axes. So, and I will use this as an example of like, you have materialism over here, okay? It is, I think it's fair to say that materialism is associated with self-enhancement, or it's, you know, materialism, it's about the self. It is selfish behavior, okay? And you can see here that it's pretty much on the exact opposite end of family, where family is, you know, mostly concerned with self-transcendence, okay? And sure, we can speak about economic reasons as to why there's a falling birth rate, but I think that the purely economic analysis really falls short in explaining like the plummeting birth rate, because like even when you poll people who have like the finances and economics to have children, like the desire is not there. Basically, I would frame it as not only is like there is a falling birth rate in terms of people having children, there is a falling desire to have children. And it's not it does not appear to be solely driven by just like a purely economic calculus. Because I think it's fair to say there are many people who are very ready and willing to have children, even if they can't afford it. And like if there would be one sort of behavior or action that one would think would be rooted in biology, it would be having children. Of like, you know, I think it's fair to say, you know, I have no problem staking my reputation as a biologist on this, of like, evolution, at the very least, like, wants to have it in you, or wants to like program it into you to have children, because like you can't pass on your genes if you don't have children. And so, with that in mind, like, why is there this falling desire to have children, even amongst those who have the money, the finances, or like are in the economic position to have children? That's why, like, yeah, I don't want to frame it as like a falling birth rate, but just like a falling desire to have children, and not solely driven by, you know, just an economic calculus. And so, if you have materialism here, if you have family here, or pretty much you have materialism at the opposite end of self-transcendence, okay? Well, I think that's a good explanation, okay, as to why One of the reasons why, again, not sole reason, but a variable at play as to why you are seeing this decrease in a desire to have children. Of like, I don't really care about having children. I care about myself. I care about whatever, increasing my power, increasing my achievement, my status. Where it's not about the self-transcendence. It's not about family. It's not about having children. Like it's about I, the self. And there is good, decent data to back this up. And I will point to this paper here. Too materialistic to get married and have children. And they are literally evaluating this value here of like, hey, are you too far on this left-hand side of this values graph that like you are just like the complete opposite of self-transcendence. And I think it's fair to say that having children is a self-transcendent experience, as in like it's literally not about you. And I think it's fair to say that like that plays into family, where family is on the opposite end of materialism. And so naturally they are asking this question of like, hey, are you too materialistic to get married and have children? Of like sort of that desire to have children, it's like overridden, or like it's suppressed, because maybe you have internalized a value system that like suppresses that desire to have children. Where that's why like I point to it's the purely economic calculation. If you dig into it, really does not explain fully like the falling birth rate, like the absolute plummeting birth rate. And yeah, as you correctly point out, and that's my understanding as well, of like China, like the demographics and like sort of there's gonna be like a huge fall off the cliff of China's population in the coming decades. I probably miss a few things in chat. I should mention that my response to yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I totally take your point. That just like me, you would not just say that like this one issue is caused by one simple thing. I think we're on the same page there. Related statistic. Oh yes, that I'm already full aware that, you know, there's basically a population. Not only is there a population crisis, but there is already like a demographic crisis. Of like, if I think I remember correctly, one of the clear demographic crisis is like, you know, the gender distribution of like there's a huge excess of men and boys in China that like that country's I think is gonna have a real hard time in dealing with it. I think there's something like an excess of like 30 million men or boys in China. I think that's the last number that I remember reading. So basically people are more selfish. So I'm not going to say that's the one thing, but that appears to be a variable at play. Of like, you know, I have no problem admitting that there is a certain amount of economics that affects people's decision to have children. But the purely economic calculation it totally falls short in explaining the entirety of like the falling and plummeting birth rate. Where again, there are people, more and more people than ever, where it's like, yeah, we have the money for like a house, a car, and we have the money for children, but we just have zero interest in having children. As the quote at the beginning of the paper suggests, materialistic values may, from an early age, compete with and displace values relating to cooperation and interpersonal warmth. Such displaced values may directly or indirectly decrease the desire for marriage and family. Given the issue of declining local populations that East Asian countries are facing, and that materialism tends to be higher in these countries, researchers and policymakers may benefit from observing the psychological trade-off between materialism and attitudes towards marriage and family that parallel macro-level trade-offs between economic development and fertility. So again, like this is not like some wild out there conspiracy theory. Like researchers like are asking these questions. They're coming to these conclusions of like, hey, maybe we're too focused on materialism. Maybe our economic system, or maybe the things we value in society, are too materialistic. Maybe there's a trade-off of like, sure, we've all got nice things, we've got whatever, potentially nice cars, nice houses, great devices and gadgets, but maybe we're too focused on that, that like we're just not having children, or like we're not having good interpersonal relationships. This lack of transcendence. What would you, so yeah, now you're asking, that whatever, $100 trillion question. Well, this is one of the reasons why, okay, like I argue pretty heavily against capitalism, because I think it leads to the internalization of values that, again, don't really maximize your psychological well-being, or at the very least, like it makes it more challenging to maximize your psychological well-being. Obviously, I'm not saying like let's abolish all materialism, right? At least I'm hoping you get that message of like, I do want people to be lifted out of poverty. I want people to have shelter, good affordable housing. I don't want them to starve. I also want them to have, whatever, very many of the exact nice things that I have, in terms of, I obviously have a computer, I have a smartphone. I don't have a car. I actively choose not to drive and own a car, but that's my own personal choice. But I would even encourage, pretty much most other people to not drive a car if they can get away with it. As in, like, I live in a city, and there's literally no reason for me to own a car. And I also just, like, I personally feel guilty in terms of, like, whatever, driving and polluting. But, like, yes. So there is something to be said for materialism in terms of, like, yes, I do want people to, like, have material things that allow them to survive, that at least provide some sort of foundation so that they can focus on other things. But here's where it's like, balance in all things. Of like, I think we've gone so imbalanced where we are all about material things. Of like, whatever, the larger house, the larger car, the nicer watch. And that, like, if you're so focused on those things, I think they are coming at a cost. Not only a cost in terms of, like, you might be focusing on things that don't really matter, but you also might be paying a cost in your psychological health and well-being. And so what do I suggest? I suggest sort of investment in community. In terms of, like, we on the left, and I consider myself on the radical left, we have to recognize that there is an aspect of religion that is important, or, like, at the very least has utility, that we need to recognize. That, like,
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and Dankley, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. And hello, good evening. I hope you're doing well. So, and yes, those, I think it's fair to say that those on the left tend to be, not religious or atheist. But I think we on the left have to do better in terms of, like, making the argument of, like, what replaces that, okay? Because, like, religion seems to have utility in terms of fostering community, fostering connection, and connection seems to be super critical for our well-being. And I don't just mean connecting through devices, as in, like, connecting face-to-face. Have you heard that they just gave the emergency use authorization to the new COVID booster for Omicron? The funny part is that they didn't test it on humans. So actually, yes. I read that in a Canadian article. What protection to expect from updated COVID vaccines this fall. But they have, well, I'm not going to get into it right now, but I don't think these updated vaccines really need to go through, like, rigorous testing, because if you understand the mRNA technology and like what they needed to do to update them, anything is possible, but there is very little reason to think why these would be more risky than the other ones. So like, yes, pretty much we need to invest in cultivating, fostering community. We need to invest in hopefully, connecting with one another as humans, face to face. Even though I say that as a Twitch streamer, or aspiring Twitch streamer, but I also recognize like that there, as much as there's a place for this, and I value it, it absolutely does not take the place of like my human face-to-face interactions. And so I don't know that I have like the exact one answer of like how to go from like here to here. All I know, or at least not know, but all that I'm reasonably confident in is that we need to move sort of from like this bottom left part of the graph to somewhere here on the right. Even though I'm on the political left, on this graph here, I recognize that we should move away from the left and we should come to the right. And like, if the right is about benevolence, community, and universalism, then I'm all for that. Thankfully, I don't disagree with you. Where it's like, I have no problem admitting that, you know, I'm atheist. And that, you know, you might be able to characterize me as anti-religious, but at the same time, I need to recognize that there are benefits and utility to religion, that you cannot discount or ignore. And that the answer is not simply like getting people to abandon their religion, but it needs to be like replaced with something. I would hope something better, or at the very least, I would hope that those who are religious, that they take, you know, hopefully the good elements of their religion and like reject the bad without getting into details of like what I would consider the bad. But there are totally, or there are absolutely beneficial aspects to religion that the left cannot and should not ignore. For instance, the famous Marx quote has been, in terms of like the opiate, the opiate of the masses, I take your point and I don't disagree. If in fact that's what you're referring to, which I'm pretty sure that's what you're referring to. Where it's like, yeah, I think we are too quick to demonize religion. And that it should not simply be a matter of like converting someone who's religious to like, you know, convert to atheism. Like there has to be something there, hopefully, as like a safety net. Of like, you know, if they're taking the jump off of like the bridge into atheism, like there has to be something there to catch them. And I think as of right now, the left doesn't have a good answer, or doesn't provide something to catch them with. And I think we need to do that. The full quote is, religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opening of the people, which has a completely different meaning compared... Yeah. So I touched upon... so even me as a biochemist, this is not to say that antidepressants have no place in treating depression. They absolutely do. It's just that like it's clearly not an answer to everyone's depression, and it's clearly not an answer to, you know, everyone's sadness, like whatever, everyone's sadness that doesn't get into clinical depression, right? Because you can be sad, you can be unhappy, but that doesn't mean you're depressed. And like I'm totally not for, or I'm not advocating for just like, you know, wide scale antidepressants for everyone. Like there's absolutely clinical and medical utility for antidepressants, but they are absolutely not a one size fits all. I know you were. But obviously, I just have no sense of humor. I have to take everything seriously. So like that's my rant. That's where I'm coming from in terms of like my criticisms of I guess specifically American corporate capitalism. And I'm hoping you can see that I am not, you know, completely delusional in the claims that I make, because I'm hoping you can see that I back them up. But you're free to disagree. And so, okay. So this was sent by, I guess, to wrap up this discussion, and maybe to answer your question, or what you alluded to earlier, Deflux, of like, is capitalism moral? This is a PragerU video. I did not find this. This was sent to me by a community member in the Discord, which I'm grateful that they're part of it. But they wanted me to view this, so I will view it. Universally mandated anti-present communism. Yeah, exactly. I remember the Iraq War right up and until the world decided to invade Iraq. Everyone was suggesting alternative solutions. My favorite was from comedian Billy Connolly. I think you mean Billy Connolly, who I think is like a Scottish, Irish, or English comedian. But like, yeah. I think they're a great comedian. Yeah, exactly. PragerU. So yeah, we're gonna watch this. Again, this was not. I did not seek out this video. And even though it's from PragerU, I will attempt to maintain an open mind.
Free market capitalism is selfish, even immoral. They say it's about greed, about hunger for money and power, that it helps the rich and hurts the poor. They're wrong. The free market is not only economically superior, it is morally superior to any other way of organizing economic behavior. Here's why. The free market calls for voluntary actions between individuals. There's no coercion. In a free market, if I want something from you, I have to do something for you. Let's say I mow your lawn and you pay me $20. What does that $20 really mean? When I go to the grocer and say, I would like to have 4 pounds of steak, he in effect says to me, you want a lot of people to serve you. Ranchers, truckers, butchers, and packagers. All these people have to be paid. What did you do to serve your fellow man? Well, I say, I mowed my fellow man's lawn. And the grocer says, prove it. Then I offer him the $20. Think of the money that you've earned as a certificate of performance. It's proof that you've served your fellow man. People accuse
What if it was stolen?
the free market of not being moral because they say it's a zero-sum game, like poker, where if you win, it means that I have to lose. But the free market is not a zero-sum game, it is a positive-sum game. You do something good for me, such as give me that steak, and I'll do something good for you, give you $20. I'm better off because I value the steak more than I value the $20, and the grocer is better off because he valued the $20 more than he valued the steak. We both win. Ironically, it's the government, not the free market, that creates zero-sum games in our economy. If you use the government to get a food stamp, a farm subsidy, or a business bailout, you will benefit, but at the expense of your fellow citizens. Isn't it more moral to require that people serve their fellow man in order to have a claim on what he produced?
And yeah, I definitely know the economist, Richard Wolff. But if you want to send that video along, by all means, you're free to. No problem watching it.
Rather than not serve others and still have a claim. But a lot of people ask, what about giant corporations? Don't they have too much power over our lives? Not in a free market, because in a free market, we, the people, decide the fate of companies who want our business. Free market capitalism will punish a corporation that does not satisfy customers or fails to use resources efficiently. Businesses, big and small, that wish to prosper are held accountable by the people who vote with their dollars. And again, it's the government that can undo this. Take the example of the American automobile industry. It was struggling to survive in 2009. Why? Because they were producing cars that did not please a sufficient number of their fellow men. In a free market, they would therefore have gone bankrupt. The market would have said, look, you're done. Sell your plant and equipment to somebody who can do a better job. But when Chrysler and General Motors failed, they went to Washington, D.C., and got the government to bail them out. The government bailout essentially meant to them, you don't have to be accountable to customers and stockholders. No matter how inferior your product is, and no matter how inefficient you are, we'll keep you in business by taking your fellow man's money. When the government interferes in this way, it takes the power away from the people and rewards companies that couldn't compete successfully in the marketplace. That may work out very well for politicians, big unions, and corporate officers, but it seldom does for the taxpayer. That's why a free market system can only work if there is limited government. Limited government means you and I decide which businesses survive. That's the America that our founding fathers envisioned. A limited government that has only a few specifically mentioned or enumerated powers that are listed in Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution. It's this brilliant limited government notion that produced the wealthiest nation in history. In a free market, the ambition and the voluntary effort of citizens, not the government, drives the economy. That is, people, to the best of their ability, shaping their own destiny. Sounds pretty moral to me. I'm Walter Williams of George Mason University for Prager.
I mean, obviously there's a lot to say. I'm not going to dissect, but what I would say is most telling is like whatever. They give one example of like the bailouts, and I think it's fair to say that both individuals on the left, like myself, and like those on the right, like I think we were all more or less on the same page of like not bailing out whatever the automakers. But that's like, again, that's just like one example. And also nothing is referenced. This is all just like a philosophical argument. And you know, I don't know, it's so, one second, to go back to like these articles here that like I'm covering, like there's references, like there's research, like just about every like statement and phrase is like backed up. Same thing with that article that I briefly covered on American corporate capitalism. Like they make a claim and then they back it up with research or evidence that was gathered by other researchers, as opposed to like this video here, just it makes a bunch of claims and like it's backed up by nothing. It's just like, well, this is just how it is. You gotta take my word for it. But I'm probably taking a PragerU video too seriously. But we will see the response. Thank you so much for the link.
Right now, as you're listening to this, you are being robbed. A chunk of everything your hard work creates is being stolen from you. And it's just...
You mean a righty on that, like, values graph? Then I agree with you. But I think it's fair to say that no one on the political right would ever accept me in their circles.
System called capitalism that's robbing you. Every day when you check into work for your boss, you are being taken advantage of and stolen from. You are being deprived of the full value of what you contribute. Let me break it down. A capitalist isn't someone in a top hat burning library books to run a misery factory. Anyone who puts forward capital, money, to set workers in motion becomes thereby a capitalist. That is to say, they're acting as a capitalist. And what's their goal? People will tell you it's innovation or competition, but down the real world, it's pretty simple. Capitalists have one goal, and that goal is to turn a profit. Pursuing profits to accumulate money is just how capitalism works. That's the nature of the beast. It's the single impulse of capitalism. That doesn't make capitalists personally greedy, though some might be. We're not even talking about good or evil here. Capitalists need to maximize profit to the exclusion of all other considerations, or they'll get eaten up by capitalists who are smarter or more
This guy's using a computer from like whatever, the 90s or 80s.
ruthless than them. That's the jungle law of the market. So capitalists need profit to survive. But where does this profit come from? And that's where you come in. Literally, profit comes from
I think, well, so I'm not 100% familiar with the Gravel Institute, but it does appear to be like a real video with like legit production value. As
from you. Here's a little thought experiment. Meet Harold. Harold has a chain of buildings full of kitchens, full of ingredients. But Harold doesn't know how to make a burger himself. How does Harold get someone to make enough burgers that he can sell them and turn a profit? It's not a trick question. He pays you because you know how to make really good burgers. The money he uses to pay you is what we call capital. That's money used to set production into motion. Let's say Harold spent $1,000 buying all the ingredients in the restaurant. And after you worked for a few weeks there, turning the ingredients into burgers, they brought in $3,000. Not bad. You added $2,000 worth of value to the ingredients. But wait, you don't get all the money, because Harold now has $3,000 on his hands. $1,000 of that is just making up for the cost of the ingredients. And if you were paid for the full value of your labor, you'd be making $2,000. But then Harold would only be breaking even on the burgers, and he needs to make a profit in order to survive. So Harold does not pay you for the full value of your labor. Maybe he pays you just $1,000 of the value you produced. Maybe he pays you $1,500. No matter what, you've been stolen from. You spent more of your labor than you were compensated for. But here's the dirty truth. The story doesn't end with you and Harold. This process plays out across your city or town, your state, the country, the entire world. The rich get richer, and the little guy barely gets by. We call the process, a boss is stealing from you, exploitation. We don't mean that in an emotional sense about how we feel about it, but something that's actually a...
I don't disagree with you. Like, it's trippy and, like, I don't know. It just looks like, you know, not outdated, but I don't know, the graphics of like simulating like a computer from like the 80s and 90s. Like I don't really like that aesthetic that much.
Documented economic phenomena, the gap between how much the worker produces and how much they get paid. Exploitation is a universal feature of capitalist economies, and it never ends. The system requires more and more exploitation, paying workers less, making them work more, or making them more productive without increasing their wages. When you see in the newspaper that a corporation's recording record profits, that is what they are doing. Your hard work is producing more value, but you're not getting enough compensation in return. There are tens of thousands of Harolds out there, but billions of people just like you. You and Harold are two different types of people. You belong to two different classes. There's a capitalist who owns the means to produce goods and services, and there's the workers who only have their own labor to survive on. The capitalists appropriate the value that the workers' labor creates and keep it for themselves. And you are not immune from it. At any job you work at, the condition of your employment is that you produce more by your labor than you get paid. So in the capitalist system, no one is paid what they're worth. All profit is value extraction, and that means that all profit is theft from you. This is Richard Wolff, professor of economics at the New School University for the Gravel Institute.
Okay, well, so to be fair, okay, or at least in an attempt to be fair, like I have the same criticisms, even though like I agree with this video, and like this is more in line with my view of capitalism. I have to levy the same criticisms as I did for the PragerU one, of like, nothing is actually referenced. This is all just like, philosophical, like pie in the sky sort of argumentation of like, yeah, in all these hypothetical examples, well, it's at least exploitation because, you are never actually adequately paid for the labor that you perform. Which, I mean, philosophical arguments are great. But again, like, if it's not like actually grounded in reality, and I'm not saying this doesn't reflect in reality, but if it's not grounded in evidence, and if you don't actually like back anything up, like I have a hard time taking it seriously. Even though like I know Richard Wolff, well, I don't personally know, but I know of Richard Wolff. I know pretty much of like their ideas and their theory, etc., etc. And like, yeah, this video like is more in political and economic alignment with me. But still, again, to be fair, it suffers from the same issue that the PragerU video does, of like, there's just like nothing referenced here. So people who make a wage are getting stolen from since they didn't put up the risk involved with started. That is a valid. Well, so obviously they're not covering every single aspect of a capitalist system, right? This is just like a 5-minute video. And like, I have no doubt that point can be addressed, but it probably just can't be addressed in like a bunch of quick sound bites. But thank you so much for sending that, Dankley, much appreciated. Okay, and then there's this other video also sent, I think from the same person in the Discord, Anosmia, and also shout out the Discord. Lots of great research and articles being shared there. So, why the right and the left hate each other?
The right and the left is central to almost every country in the West right now. It's so central, in fact, that it often shocks me. Really, we're arguing over what to call Christmas or transgender bathrooms when climate change could make Florida sink or China's trying to take over Asia. However, once you dig a little, you find that rather than just being a political conflict, the struggle between the right and the left is central to modern Western civilization, with ideological roots going back thousands of years, and with whichever side wins being decisive for the future. This video will look at why and how the right and the left are different and why they dislike each other so much, what they represent in society and what it means. This video will look at 4 ways the right and the left are different.
So I understand that request. I'm super hesitant to set a precedent because I virtually never watch videos on like outside of normal speed, just because I think there's something to be said for learning how to get through a video at normal speed, and like encouraging just like faster and faster consumption of stuff. I don't know if that's a great thing, just because I don't think you get to fully digest it as well. I think maybe the compromise is 1.5. I'll make the exception one time.
And how they clash. I've said it before on this channel plenty of times, and I'm going to say it again here, but our minds are inherently self-serving and irrational. We ignore information we don't like. Social media...
Just as I tend to be an advocate of like degrowth, voluntary degrowth, I'm also an advocate of like slowing down, of like, I don't think we need to rush through everything, and that there's something to be said for, reading a book, watching a video, being in the present moment, and just like assimilating the information fully.
Media algorithms have figured out how to take advantage of this. They push us down rabbit holes that reinforce our beliefs about the world, which might feel good, but it's not good for us. But what if there's a way out of the rabbit hole? Ground News is an app for anyone looking to escape the perpetual culture wars between the right and the left. It lets you easily compare how a story is being covered by sources across the political spectrum. And unlike social media and other news aggregators, Ground doesn't use your browsing history to manipulate the news you see. In fact, they got a former NASA engineer, Ground News and Worldview challenged in seeing all sides of an
We can speed through an ad.
The main determining factor here is that the right and the left care about fundamentally different values. Very smart social psychologist John Haidt did scientific studies that found that there are 6 fundamental human values that we all share. However, when looking at different political positions, he found that conservatives, libertarians, and progressives put extremely different emphases on these different values. For a summary, these values are harm, which says that hurting others is bad.
Yeah, this is what I covered earlier, like the moral foundations. No, I'm not. Well, I would encourage you, if you watch everything on ×2, you might want to experiment. Like, I understand, like, once you have cultivated that mindset of, like, speeding through everything, it might be difficult to slow down. But I think you should give it a shot. And that I think, you know, our society, I think we're paying a price of our society, like, always moving at an ultra high fast pace.
Fairness, that people should reap what they sow, liberty, or that people shouldn't oppress their social inferiors, loyalty, which is self-explanatory, respect for authority, and purity, or that certain things are sacred and can't be violated. Progressives are extremely high in the value harm. This is why left-wingers will say, children are starving in Africa, how can we do nothing? Afterwards, progressives are interested in liberty or caring about if people are oppressed by unfair hierarchies, which is a lot of where their emphasis on helping oppressed groups comes from. Liberals also care a certain degree about fairness. However, after that, liberals don't care about any of the other values. Conservatives, however, are pretty well balancing all 6 values, with high emphasis on authority, loyalty, maintaining moral purity, harm, and liberty. Conservatives are more similar to the rest of history in the world. In non-Western societies, for example, people are higher in authority, loyalty, and purity. Progressives are more so the far extension of the West's greater emphasis on harm and liberty that started during the Middle Ages. Libertarians are interesting in that they, like progressives, are mostly focused on a handful of values that ignore the rest, but they're super strong in liberty and fairness, which is why libertarians want as little government as possible and are fine with prostitution, marijuana, and guns. An interesting thing is that the social justice wing of the left has picked up a new attribute, extremely high purity, in which saying the wrong words, misappropriating, and the like is treated as an attack on the sanctity of their movement. Something I want to make clear is that all these values are fundamentally irrational, and each political position has rational arguments that can be used to justify it. We don't choose our politics based off rational decisions. They're given to us by a combination of genetics, upbringing, and a little bit of rationality on our part. It's entirely fine that morality is mostly irrational. Take, for example, that on a purely rational basis, consensual cannibalism or incest with good contraception is totally fine, but most of us would just say it can be disgusted by those. On an entirely rational basis, you could justify the Nazis, since if you start with the Darwinistic assumption that spreading your genes is the most important thing, and people of your ethnic group have similar genes to you, then wiping out other groups that gives your group and your family more breeding abilities and population potential, as most animals do, is entirely justified. The position that genociding people outside of your group is morally bad comes from a belief in the individual soul, and that human life is value in general, something which came out of traditional religions, and it's why you saw so much genocide in the ancient world. The Assyrians didn't care when they depopulated entire regions. Another way of viewing it is that your side's frame of logic might not be the other side's. For example, a progressive might think that a conservative's insistence upon national honor is inherently irrational, but in real terms, nations that appear weak in the world stage are attacked more since they look like they're easy pickings. For conservatives, the Vietnam War made total sense of America was seen to not be protecting its allies, then other American allies would be attacked, thus making the cost worthwhile. For progressives, it was a war of colonial oppression in a useless country that American boys would die in. Similarly, conservatives often view left-wing social spending on stuff like education and social programs as idiotic, given they have no direct economic output, but realistically, education is the best predictor there is out there of economic success. Income inequality, which conservatives either ignore or laud, is an amazing predictor for a series of negative effects that end up hurting the US economy, like crime, single-parent households, lack of social mobility, and the like. In summary, the world's a complicated place, and we should do more listening and less talking. This explains why when conservatives, progressives, or libertarians argue with the other, their arguments often fall on deaf ears. A progressive might argue for gay rights since it's a representation of their harm and liberty functions to help the oppressed, while a religious conservative coming from a Christian background would view it as an attack upon the Christianity that has held their civilization together for 2,000 years to a purity function. The big thing you need to understand of the modern left-right binary is that it's a way of figuring out the trajectory of Western civilization in a post-Christian world. For 2,000 years, morality and ethics were relatively easy since one just referenced the Bible. The reason that the fight between the right and the left is so contentious is that at heart it's a religious war, and that both sides have what amounts to entire metaphysical views about how the world works and what the direction of Western civilization should be going forward. First of all, I'm using religion here to describe a comprehensive ideology that tells people how the world works, how they can be good people, creates a community of believers, and provides ceremonies. God doesn't have to be involved. Take Buddhism or Confucianism that are at heart atheist. Or look at communism, in which the certain dialectic of history acts exactly as a god would. Nazism, communism, Christianity, and the like all fulfill the exact same role inside our heads, and so I classify them as the same. In America and in most of Europe, the dominant parties are both fundamentally liberal, and that their predominant presupposition is that individual rights and the collective well-being is good and should be the dominant aim of society. However, the problem with liberalism, or the idea that the ultimate aim of society should be individual rights, is that it doesn't deal with any of the other aims of religion. It doesn't tell you how to be a good person, build communities, or deal with the heartbreak of death, childbirth, and the like. Liberalism was an extension of the pre-existing Christian civilization whose foundations it depended upon. To be brutally honest, the idea that the individual was a fundamental element of society comes from Christianity, which presupposes the existence of a soul that creates a value for human life, alongside Catholicism, which broke up clans by banning cousin marriage, thus making the West the most individualistic civilization in history. The decline in Christianity has also seen the decline in traditional liberalism wherever it's happened, whether in the West after the World Wars with the rise of nanny states and decline in free market capitalism, or with the rise of leftist ideology, or with the rise of atheist ideologies like Nazism and Stalinism that happened after World War I, or with the general weakness of liberal regimes in places like Japan and India that aren't Christian. The reason the conservatives are an alliance between the religious and business interests is that the structure of Protestantism allows more active free market capitalism, since once you remove the idea of heaven, envy in society becomes impossible to control, which is why as societies have become less and less Christian, free market capitalism declines and socialist tendencies have increased. The left takes the fundamental understanding of Christianity as Jesus taught it, that humans are inherently good and that we just need to spread love and generosity in order to be in the kingdom of heaven. This view was doubled down through the frame of Greek philosophy, since the Gospels were written in Greek, which believes that humans were largely inherently good and rational, and that people were capable of perfectibility through rational thinking. The right was part of the Augustinian worldview that came out of Persian religions like Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism, which held that the world was a battle between good and evil, and that people had to fight against their own inherent evil and greed. The structure of Christianity existed as a bulwark against people who were born in original sin. This was a view that was propounded by St. Augustine and became dominant across the medieval Catholic Church. The right's view of a sinful and constrained humanity is generally that of medieval Christianity, while the left's view of humanity being perfectible through logic and improvement is a view that came through the Renaissance and has grown larger across modern history. Interestingly enough, the belief that humans are inherently self-interested allows the right-wingers to deal with their ideological opponents more easily than the left, which views their opponents as inherently evil. For leftists that believe that perfecting the human character is possible, being against their goals means you're trying to hold back progress. This is historically why you've seen a greater degree of fanaticism on the left, or why leftist groups often succumb to radicalism or infighting. The belief in perfectibility is also why left-wingers often succumb to guilt, since they judge themselves against abstract standards rather than real-world examples, and so don't measure up to perfection. These evolved into two visions of the world described by American economist Thomas Sowell of the constrained and unconstrained visions of the world. The unconstrained vision, or that the left holds, is that people are inherently perfectible and naturally good, and that if there's a problem in the world, it has to be someone's fault, given that human nature and the world is naturally good and fair. This is why when there's a disparity in something like income range between ethnic groups or between genders and the like, left-wingers look for an oppressive group like the patriarchy or racism, since in their worldview, unfairness and inequality are the exception, not the norm. Since left-wingers think that people are naturally good and perfectible, and the world able to be improved through conscious reforms, that people who are cultivated and educated and sincere, which often ends up being intellectuals, are capable of
Well, it read your mind. Don't get me started on Thomas Sowell.
making real progress in the world and improving the human race through reform. A racist joke is slowing down the perfection of the human race, which will solve the rest of the problems. Human beings are in control of the world, and thus by perfecting humanity, we are perfecting the ability to deal with other broader problems in the world. However, on the right, which believes that human nature is inherently self-interested, if not evil, society exists in order to keep back our inherent moral weakness. They don't believe human nature is perfectible, and rather that existence is a permanent battle against the forces of evil and chaos, and that we need processes and organizations like religion, property rights, and capitalism to hold back the demons inside the human spirit. They believe that we're permanently on the precipice of a dark age, and that we need to fight evil foreign powers which will otherwise pull us backwards. The right believes civilization is a boat floating in a dark sea, while left-wingers view history as a process of continual improvement. For business interests, capitalism is a way of creating a fair system that operates independently of a powerful government and personal discretion. For the religious, religion is a way of fighting the inherent sinfulness of the soul, and for militarists, force is a way of stopping evildoers. Right-wingers support the processes that give the status quo stability. In summary, the right-winger believes the human race is incidental to the world, and that factors like geography, pre-existing systems, and the like are more important than human agency and human goodwill. Right-wingers don't trust experts and academics, who they believe to be influenced by their own greedy self-interests, but like people who have done well inside pre-established hierarchies like capitalists inside the market or generals inside the army. Right-wingers hold that culture holds back human nature, while left-wingers find culture oppressive and think that human nature, which is liberated through an impersonal government, will set us free. And I mean, realistically, you do find examples of culture and government both screwing up in their own fields, and so both sides do have a point. Stuff like female genital mutilation in Somalia is undeniably disgusting and evil, and government interventions into society like the Soviet Union or Maoist China are also undeniably evil. Examples of this are views on capitalism and abortion. For the left, capitalism is an oppressive structure that lowers people's goodwill towards each other and replaces it with greed. For a right-winger, without capitalism, people would starve since no one would be personally incentivized to work. Similarly, left-wingers view abortion as oppressive since it lowers women's abilities to choose if they have children, while right-wingers view women as personally incentivized to abort their children, which they view as morally wrong. This is because in a socially conservative worldview, a woman's main role is to be a mother and a housewife, and so abortion is her shirking her cultural and societal role. So far, we've mostly talked about fancy words. Although at this point a significant part of this channel's philosophy, I distrusted philosophy for the longest time, given that it seemed so disconnected from real-world evidence that whatever the philosopher's self-interest was just became the main theme. However, there are real-world economic and demographic reasons for the modern division between the right and the left. From game theory studies, we've found that there are three main elements in society. The free riders will continually try to game the system and cheat in order to win. The angels will continually give into the system, and both of these groups are around 20%. The final 60% are moralists that will either game the system or pay in depending on what everyone else is doing. It's my opinion that the success of a society depends on how it creates incentive structures in order so that people will naturally work with the system or against it. Countries like Sweden or Japan are extremely successful at this, but just look at their crime rates and wealth and the like, while Somalia and Afghanistan are the opposite. Historian Peter Turchin has created algorithms that show historic fluctuations.
And to my point that I was making earlier, of like plummeting birth rate, Japan also plummeting birth rate, and yet pretty culturally distinct society, and yet I think there's coincidentally very similar economic parallels between Japan and the United States, and like it's a developed country, right?
Whether societies are incentivized towards cooperation or tearing themselves apart. From computer models, he's been able to predict when the Russian Revolution or Roman Civil War would occur on the timescales they had occurred at. More horrifyingly, the factors that drove those societies towards disunity are the very same ones we have today. The main factors driving these kinds of disunity are a combination of wage stagnation and elite overcompetition. By that, I mean when normal wages stagnate or decline for whatever reason, there's more competition to get into a wealthier and wealthier elite, which is also getting smaller and smaller. This means that there's desperation to get a shrinking amount of good jobs. Whenever this occurs, the elite splits into different factions, whether this was the Armagnacs and Burgundians in medieval France, the Parliamentarians and Royalists in 17th century England, or the Whites and Reds in 20th century Russia. What all these have in common is they represented different social classes inside their societies that wanted power. Something to keep in mind is that both the right and the left are coalitions of different factions more than they are real central forces. The right's a coalition of business interests who tend to be economically conservative and socially liberal, followed by religious conservatives who are socially conservative and sometimes economically liberal. Then you have militaristic nationalists who tend to be aggressive in America first, and tend to be moderately economically and socially conservative. On the left, you have broadly three factions. First, you have the big government types that want to use government to promulgate mildly socially and economically liberal policies. Meanwhile, you have the social justice far left that's socially left-wing to a near religious degree, while not really thinking about the economy that much. And finally, you have ethnic minorities that tend to be socially conservative but don't want to be culturally dominated by the majority society. In the United States and most of the rest of the Western world, the left is dominated by the educated classes, who will continually support policies to support members of their social class. While on the right, it's the process-driven social classes like businessmen, the military, and the clergy. If you look at left-wing policies, they're all driven by the desire to put people with college degrees in power. Look at social justice, which entails giving professors on topics like gender or racial studies preference over religious groups and ethical questions. Similarly, given college-educated government bureaucrats control over the economy through regulations, college-educated diplomats over the military and foreign policy, college-educated social workers over the police and the like. The left-wing view that humanity is inherently perfectible works very well for the educated classes who believe they've been perfected through education. The open view of humanity that reforms can fix the human condition holds intellectuals who lead the charge to utopia in a high regard, thus making the view popular with them. The right is based off people who are successful through processes that don't involve education, such as the market, military, and church. The right wants values based off traditionally held Christianity, with wealthy businessmen in charge of policy and the military and police in charge of force. This coalition will support the opposite positions as the left, since it will give them jobs and power as their constituents. It's easy to discount the division between right and left, and many cynical people do that. However, in real terms, these two offer fundamentally different views of the world that lead to fundamentally different results. Their ideal civilizations are quite different. In their current state, neither one has any real position to compromise with the other, except if that's an existential threat like China. The depressing thing is that in an open and free society, we need both the right and the left, or people who can see what's vital and works inside the status quo, and those who are capable of seeing ways they can be changed. However, the system we have is gridlock and not working. Hopefully we can change that. What if Altisted? Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed that video, please like, comment, subscribe, or stay tuned.
Okay. Well, overall, good video, and pretty much reinforced what I already knew. And they touched upon in the beginning, if I remember correctly. Jonathan Haidt, very popular social psychologist. Pretty much a mainstream, whatever, intellectual that is just gaining more and more popularity. And they definitely do a lot of good work. And like I even have one of their books that I've read. Pretty good book, Coddling of the American Mind. Obviously, I'm not going to go through it all because I think it's TOS and would take forever. And I do think they get a lot of things right. But I do think that they get some things wrong. As I sort of alluded to earlier, I've read a lot of Jonathan Haidt's research, and some of it, rather, like the majority of it, really good research. But, they are not the be-all and end-all of understanding the political divide or understanding liberals and conservatives. And as touched upon in this video here, they work with this model of like moral foundations, right? Moral foundations explained. And it's super interesting to me that this video sort of like took Jonathan Haidt's model and just like runs with it, as if like this is the fact, and like this is the explanation as to why the right and the left hate each other. It's in the title of the video. But if you dig into like the research, and you look into other academics and other psychological research, or other psychologists doing research trying to understand, the psychology of whatever left, right, liberal, conservative, like you see that, you know, it's not quite as simple as moral foundations, and that moral foundations doesn't explain everything. If not, it arguably doesn't explain anything, because it naturally begs the question of like why. Sort of again alluded to in this video. One of the foundations is harm, or like fairness, and like those on the left tend to be more concerned with fairness and equality, and, you know, equal outcomes. So like, sure, that may very well be true, but the question is why? As in, like, why do those on the left have a greater concern for fairness than those on the right? And this is what, like, this article sort of touches upon, or like it puts forth heavy criticisms of Jonathan Haidt's research, whereas they say moral foundations as an alternative to theories of motivated social cognition, where it's like, yeah, probably the harshest criticism of the theory of ideology as motivated social cognition within the discipline came from proponents of moral foundations theory, Haidt and Graham, blah blah blah. And yeah, they go through, they pretty much again, they lay some heavy criticisms towards Jonathan Haidt's model, and I'm not going to go through it all here, but I think there are very valid criticisms. Okay, so you're asking a good question. So I'm not going to outright reject it, as in, like, I'm not rejecting Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations model. I'm just I guess I should rephrase it as in, like, to me it's one-dimensional, or like it's a very surface level analysis, not to like denigrate or whatever, downplay Jonathan Haidt, but I guess that's the best way I can phrase it. But this is exactly what this article attempts to explain, where it's like empathy and other psychological underpinnings of ideological divergence in individualizing and binding concerns, where it's like there are deeper psychological roots to the political divide, as in, like, I'll read the abstract, and then I'll sort of give my take. According to moral foundations theory, and that is what's put forth by Jonathan Haidt, there are 5 distinct sources of moral intuition on which political liberals and conservatives differ. The present research program seeks to contextualize this taxonomy within the broader research literature on political ideology as motivated social cognition, including the observation that conservative judgments often serve system-justifying functions. In 2 studies, a combination of regression and path modeling techniques were used to explore the motivational underpinnings of ideological differences in moral intuitions. Consistent with our integrative model, the binding foundations, the in-group loyalty, respect for authority, and purity, were associated with epistemic and existential needs to reduce uncertainty and threat and system justification tendencies, whereas the so-called individualizing foundations, fairness and avoidance of harm, were generally unrelated to epistemic and existential motives and were instead linked to empathic motivation. Taken as a whole, these results are consistent with the position taken by Hetemi, Crabtree, and Smith that moral foundations are themselves the product of motivated social cognition. So, you know, I read through the entire abstract, but I think it's summarized nicely here. As in, taken as a whole, these results are consistent with the position taken by these researchers that moral foundations are themselves the product of motivated social cognition. As in, the moral foundations, they are the product of something else. As in, like, yes, totally, it does seem like the moral foundations of liberals and conservatives are different, but then again, it doesn't explain why. It's more a description rather than an explanation as to why. And so, to use an example, in terms of, like, you know, what might be one of the stronger underpinnings is they sort of alluded to here, in the title of like empathy appears to be like a pretty strong sort of predictor, or like the way it maps. You can almost, I'm not saying like this is one-to-one, but you can almost map like the political spectrum on the dimension of empathy, where it's like, generally speaking, if you measure empathy at the level of the brain, and we have essentially done this, but you know, in terms of like the empathy centers in the brain and like how it lights up, in terms of, you know, responding to other human beings, what do you mean by wishy? Well, first of all, I want to also be transparent. I am not a doctor, okay? I'm not a medical doctor, and I'm technically not, I don't have my full PhD, so I'm not deserving of that title yet. So I don't want to misrepresent myself. So it depends on what you mean by, is this the best we have? Because what do you mean by wishy-washy? Maybe I will try to bring in something more concrete. Also, no reason to watch, but I remember you argued IP laws on Pounds before. Here's a video of a libertarian arguing against IP laws. Oh, thank you. I'm going to save it. We'll probably watch it on a future stream.
Oh, yeah,
I did change
the title of...
It's an hour, so definitely not going to watch it now. Second. Sounds pretty revolutionary. So if you want to clarify that, as in like, you know, like armed revolution, or like... Hold on, trying to bring up some other studies. Okay, and just to kind of like reinforce my point of like, you know, moral foundations is not the be all and end all. It totally has a lot of explanatory power, and like, again, it totally is a thing in terms of like describing some real world differences between those on the left and those on the right, or liberal or conservatives, whatever label you want to use. But like, you know, it's not just that one study that I pointed to that is like, you know, critiquing it or calling it into question. Not debunking it per se, as in, again, just because it's criticized doesn't mean it's invalid, doesn't mean that, you know, it's false. It's just saying like there might be some limitations and there might be better explanations for the political divide or political differences. So, I will attempt And it sounds pretty prolific, but comes across as almost don't trust us, but this is some really good stuff. So I think I understand your skepticism, Deflux, of like, you know, maybe I should dissect these studies on a future stream, because if you go through the methodology, like and it's pretty rigorous methodology, or at the very least, like it's good methodology. There's very little reason to like call it into question, but maybe another. Maybe more convincing evidence, okay, would be neuroscience, okay, where it's like, let's take a look at the brain, where it's like, so, what would you say if like, we just take someone, okay, we have them like, we just take a random person, okay, and we scan their brain, and then from their brain scan, we can predict how they would answer a political survey, in terms of like, you know, if we ask them to place themselves on the political spectrum, you know, would they place them on the left or liberal, conservative? Like, would that be convincing enough for you? Of like, hey, maybe we do understand something about political attitudes, or like, political attitudes at the level of the brain, because that is pretty much what this study did, as in like, what it did, okay, it's in the title. Political orientations are correlated with brain structure in young adults. So what did they do? What they did is, so they took a group of people, young adults, they had them fill out surveys, okay, and they had them like sort of self-identify their political orientation, as in like, do you place yourself on the left, do you place yourself on the right, or somewhere in between, whatever. And then after like filling out the surveys, the questionnaires, they scanned their brains, okay? And then after scanning their brains, okay, they like started mapping of like, oh, it looks like, you know, this type of brain scan associated with, you know, liberalism, this type of brain scan associated with conservatism, okay? And then, okay, what they did is like, after all of this sort of, you know, not calculate, well, there are calculations involved, but all this sort of mapping of like questionnaires, brain scans, okay, and then associating the brain scans with the questionnaire of like, oh, a liberal brain or a conservative brain, it seems to sort of light up like this. So to increase the confidence of their findings, they took pretty much another group of young adults, a separate group, okay, and they didn't have them fill out questionnaires. And they just assigned them their politics based off of brain scans alone. And it mapped like almost perfectly. As in like, after scanning the young adult's brain, and they said, oh, according to our analysis, like we would assign them as like liberal. And then they give the questionnaire to them afterwards, and it matched. As in like, the researchers scanned the brain, they said, oh, this looks like a liberal brain. Then they give the questionnaire to the young adults after the brain scan, and after giving them, after, you know, the researchers assigned them the label, through no prompt of their own, like they self-identify themselves as liberal. That's literally what I highlighted here. To test the reliability of these findings, we next conducted a replication study using an independent sample of 28 new participants, 16 female, drawn from the same demographic group. The procedure was identical to that described above. We replicated all the correlations between gray matter volume and self-reported political attitudes described above at all loci, including the anterior cingulate cortex, right amygdala, etc., etc. Thus, our findings were replicated in an independent sample of participants. This suggests that it is possible to determine the self-expressed political attitude of individuals, at least for the self-report measure we used, based on structural MRI scans. As in, like I said, they scanned the brains, and through brain scans alone, they were able to predict how they would politically identify. So, I don't know, if that's not convincing enough for you, then like, I don't know what is. And this is where it's like, this speaks to sort of like the underpinnings, and there appears to be differences at the level of the brain. And I'm not making any sort of biological argument. Like, I have no idea whether this is nature, nurture, probably some combination of both. As in, I have no doubt that the experiences that a conservative individual experiences like shapes their beliefs. Same thing with me as, you know, a far left-leaning individual. I have no doubt that the experiences that I've experienced shaped my political views and beliefs. And those affect me at the level of the brain. But we see, okay, at the level of the brain that there are clear differences. You know, not like night and day differences, but there are like significant, subtle but significant enough differences that result in sort of like these political differences. One of them does appear to be the amygdala. And as I sort of highlight here, I highlighted, the amygdala has many functions, including fear processing. Individuals with a large amygdala are more sensitive to fear, which taken together with our findings might suggest the testable hypothesis that individuals with larger amygdala are more inclined to integrate conservative views into their belief system. Where it seems like, okay, there's quite a lot of evidence to back this up, of like not a lot, but there's some degree of conservatism that is driven by fear or a heightened sense of threat. Where it's like they appear to be pretty sensitive, or rather slightly more sensitive to threat than liberals or those on the political left. And that informs or shapes their political beliefs. I can imagine. So, and that is I think that's a fair concern. I'm not saying that we should do this to people. Like, obviously, you know, you should only have your brain scanned if you're voluntarily consenting to it. But I take your point. And there appear to be sort of like clear physiological differences between those on the political left and those on the political right. And this is more or less like been replicated. It's in the title of this article here. Political attitudes vary with physiological traits. As in, like, when it comes to like stress response, I can go through this entire article, but like when they're measuring something as simple as the stress response between those who self-identify as political, or rather liberal or conservative, it does seem like conservatives on average, it's not like, you know, some like huge dramatic difference, but like there's a subtle significant difference in terms of the stress response between conservatives and liberals. In terms of like, it seems like conservatives have on average a slightly higher stress response. And that makes sense given what I just went through in terms of like the amygdala. Like, the amygdala is essentially like the fear center, or like the threat detection of the brain. Well, I'm pretty much gonna be ending the stream in a few minutes anyways. I missed the start. Is there any evidence that this is nature or nurture? Oh, and Desolate Mirror, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad for once that I've given you a lot to process. And I'm going to link the article on American corporate capitalism. I'll either DM it to you or link it in the Discord, or both. So to answer your question, Desolate Mirror, so basically the answer is we don't really, it doesn't seem like we really know, because generally speaking, well, this is we're scanning the brains of adults. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for passing by, and like all the great sort of engagement that you brought, and questions. Definitely brought great questions. So we don't have any real evidence to say, at least as far as I know, as far as I've looked into, because I've asked myself that question of like, you know, is this nature or nurture? Both. It doesn't seem like we know, just because we are not tracking like from birth to, you know, young adulthood, the development of their brain, right? Just because like we don't want to expose, or rather it's difficult to scan the brains of young infants or babies, and also we don't want to subject them to unnecessary sort of like medical procedures. So basically we don't know. I would suspect that it's probably a combination, but there is almost certainly some sort of like biological underpinning. How strong that is, I don't really know. And as far as I can tell, nobody really knows. The only thing that we can say is that there does appear to be some physiological differences. I guess I hesitate to use the word biological just because some people automatically assume that I think it's, you know, it's inherent, like it's just genetic. No. There appear to be some like physiological differences between those on the left and the right, and we're not really sure whether it's nature, nurture, and I would say it's probably a combination of both. But I would say it's super interesting, and like there's multiple studies sort of bearing this out. Neurocognitive correlates of liberalism and conservatism, where it's like, you know, and I think we're going to see more and more neuroscientific research come out that backs this up. All right. So I've been streaming for a while. I'm gonna look to end the stream on one last video. The question is, which one? I have something in my playlist. I want something uplifting. I guess this Channel 5 video.
I just tweak on it. I say,
I don't know if it's going to be uplifting or not, but I'm hoping at the very least it'll be entertaining.
me JC and Buck play with us, you put his body in the truck, then we take him to the dump. And they know we play for keeps, and they know that we ain't sweep. Grab a broom, we finna sweep. O-Block finna clean the streets. Boy, you better grab a heat or get put up on a T. Put your name by RIP or your name get turned to weed. In the racket, ain't no pad. Any state, we on your...
No matter what, nickel flat.
Fuck the...
Do the dash, photo, but it's fast.
We ain't goofy, do that crash. We gon' spin again. We gon' hit our last friends. We gon' show him we ain't playing. We gon' leave him where he stand. That's really, yeah, that's all I wanna be, successful.
Right, big goof ass, man. Check it out. BDA, you not gonna give me no 50 back. Hey, no, since you're in, you gotta throw up O-Block.
How do I do that?
Yeah. Throw up O-Block. Everybody throw up O-Block.
We're here in the Parkway Gardens housing development in Chicago, otherwise known as O-Block, a 24-building complex on the city's south side. It's where Michelle Obama grew up, and it's also where drill music began around 10 years ago. This is Boss Talk. He's been here for a super long time, so he's gonna take us back to the very beginning where it all started.
So right now you in the 44, you in one of the gutters building in the block. This motherfucker be the last building to get cleaned up. Oh, it's a roach.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Jizz Face. Much appreciated.
See y'all in the project. See that roach? That's a baby roach.
It's gonna get bigger.
That's gonna get bigger. Smoking the roaches and killing the rats. This bitch be dirty as hell. This building be dirty. I'm from this building. Bro, I used to be one of them motherfuckers that piss in the hallway and on the elevator too. I ain't gonna lie. My mom in the bathroom on BDN's one bathroom in here. I'm going to piss in the hallway. I still won't touch the buttons on the elevator. I'm straight knuckles.
Cause you think there might be pee on it?
Spit, pee, and I used to do all type of shit to the elevator. I ain't taking no shit though in here. True that! True that! Come on!
Love you, my nigga.
Love you too, boy. I'm going to true that. And true that, man. Switch your nigga up in your hood, man. One nigga true that. I ain't seen a nigga in years, bro.
Hey, everybody, what's up? How's it going? What's up? How you doing, man? That's what's cracking like, you feel?
GDK. Come on. GDK. Folks came out of the folks, the youngest GDK member. He invented that shit.
To you, like, what is drill music?
We started the word drill with our music. Like, let's do a drill. We started that shit.
Like, how would you explain drill music to someone who doesn't know?
Music that make you wanna kinda get outside and go just be outside. You know what I'm saying? Makes sense. You get on going? So yeah, it turn you up, it give you adrenaline.
Drill music is something that I mean, in the grander scheme of things, you could see it as, a hyper-violent offshoot of trap generally that, sort of like came out of a very specific area.
I describe drill music as it's violent, but mainly fiction. It's like realistic fiction music. So like, that's why I shot my video 4K Troll, shot it right here in this park. Right here where you standing at, I shot it right here.
The lyrics are pretty intense in that song.
Grab my Glock, then I grab my mask and hop out, then I blast. But he ain't like, he pulled out his strap and started shooting back. It sound like it's compact, so I got a double back, it's finna crack.
Yeah. But it's all entertainment, see what I'm saying? It's all for like the people. Like, cause like music nowadays is all about like controversial shit. Drama really makes money.
Back to that breaking news live from Chopper 2, a mass shooting. At least 6 people shot. This all happening at 65th and King Drive in Parkway Gardens.
So what was it like growing up in O Block?
We had to grow up. We had to really grow up and grow up fast. All that little boy shit went out the window. Everybody around this bitch got PTSD. Everybody around this bitch saying somebody die. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we had a brotherhood that can nobody come between. We not letting nothing happen to none of us. Marlo couldn't even beat up OD. We gonna fuck Marlo ass up, boy. You better not put your hands on folks, boy. Folks them pull a pipe out, hold on. And it's the same way. Like, we got each other, boy. On Old Girl, we ain't got no deities on BDN.
What can you tell us about the year 2011?
2011.
I have no idea what's really going on in this video. Yeah, definitely. My synapses totally disrupted by Trump.
I experienced like my first friend get killed. My best friend OD, he died in 2011.
In 2011, a Parkway Gardens resident named O.D. Perry, which O Block's now named after.
It got me. I do know that I think Trump had a rally today that have very little interest in watching.
Was murdered, gunned down just outside the gates of Parkway Gardens. What was one of your favorite memories of you and OD?
You know, man, I got a lot of them bitches on. He had this crazy ass dog named 50, bro. On J Money, bro. I was scared of that motherfucker, bro. Like play with the dog. On Keith, I'm like, boy, I ain't playing with that motherfucking dog, bro. Y'all tripping. Motherfucker run up on me, boy, bird. It's your bitch ass on. Oh, right now to this day, I still don't play with people's dogs. I don't give a fuck if that bitch a chihuahua. Bro, get your dog before that bitch die. I'm game.
OD's murder was allegedly in retaliation for the murder of Shondale Tuka Gregory, a rival gang member who lived just a few blocks away on 63rd.
Them was the sad years of my life, cause I had my first child and everything. I'm really like traumatized. Like, I ain't know if was I supposed to crash out or fall back. And my mom used to be talking to me like, man, you got a daughter. Don't be like these niggas, don't die.
How many friends do you think you've lost since then?
Over 10 dead on this gang, like 2 motherfuckers a year. I swear to God. Owen Platoon and motherfucking 11, Terada and Whitey and 12. We got LA and J Money and motherfucker died in 13. My crowd gone. I gotta hang with up for them. I ain't gonna stunt. When it seemed like when folks died, folks' careers took off. When old passed away, folks took that shit to another level. Chief Keef and Dirt and them came out. They lit this bitch up, you feel me? So it's like.
Shortly after OD's murder, a close friend of his decided to make his first song, which would serve as an O Block anthem, to celebrate the life of OD and diss Shondale Tuka.
Oh God, no what? No hat?
Gregory. This friend was named Keith Cozart, aka Chief Keef.
Hit a nigga up on Guilford, I do drugs till I'm dead.
O Block, Rick City, bitch.
Middle fingers to Shondale.
I get out. On my son, I get out. October 4th, 2011. This bitch get the going up. The block busting, I just got out. I get out, I see Platoon and White. Folks got cocky as hell. I'm looking, I'm like, how the fuck y'all let OD get killed?
I have no problem admitting I'm not with the slang at all.
Platoon put his head down. He like, man, you take your daughter upstairs. I'm finna holler at you. I take my daughter up. I remember Inky D them came up there. Deep as hell, everybody coming in. Happy as hell. Fat Mac and Stu get the showing out. They get the fight. Hey, Fat Mac. You remember I got out of jail? You want Stu start fighting that day? Him and Stu get the fight. Hey, folks, them like, man, y'all showing out because folks just got out. Dirk and Reese come see me. Alright. I'm like, I'm feeling love like a motherfucker. I'm damn. Folks them come rap with me. I'm like, fuck O-Guy. I don't fuck O-Guy. You know, they rapping with me. Boom, 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 boom. We talking all us and that bitch crying now. I'm like, damn. I just got out. We all crying right now. I'm like, the fuck? Fuck that. We ain't crying. We out here. We get outside.
In the next 2 years, Chief Keef would go from a young O-Block rapper to one of the most commercially successful rappers in the world, with hits like I Don't Like and Hate Being Sober.
Chief Keef made it more like global.
I'm getting like 20% of what's being said.
And before you knew it, white America was doing the hokey pokey to murder music and unknowingly singing along to the anthems of an actual gang war playing out in real time. For a year, the conflicts of O-Block were a mystery to the general public. That was until one man came around and exposed the inner workings of Chicago's gang war to the world.
So 2010, 2011, I'm in college and I'm doing commentary about hip hop. I had like, some hot takes about like Kanye and Drake and stuff like that at the moment. So I was kind of gaining an audience. And I remember when the drill scene popped off, and I remember doing a video on Keef, and I was like, I love the music. So I'm reading the comments and everyone was like, yo, you're not telling the full story. Okay, because like I'm going in there and I'm doing a quick video and I'm like, yo, all his ops is dead. You know what I mean? He's dissing them, it's over. You know what I mean? Like these guys, we don't even need to know their names. And everyone was like, well, no, they're not dead. And actually the guys who he's dissing just killed his guys. They were talking about people like Lil J.
Screaming fuck, oh fuck.
They were talking about like the FBG gang.
Nigga fuck T-Roy and OD them dead bitch.
I'm like, yo, nobody knows these people, like respectively, because they don't have a hit song. Chief Keef is going crazy with hit songs. So I made this page called The War in Chiraq, and I started covering basically just constant feuds that were happening.
It's your boy DJ Academics, and now information has come to my attention. Now y'all know I call Lil Reese the Chiraq Grim Reaper. Well, pretty much because every time you look through his mentions, you see a bunch of dead niggas. CBS Chicago is reporting that a 15-year-old boy, aka Little Nick from 600, was shot multiple times, and then he was brought to a hospital where he was pronounced dead by the Cook County medical examiner. At least he died doing what he loved best. Someone actually told me that these guys actually keep score on killing and coonery within Chiraq. The most valuable coon is probably a legit award. The war in Chiraq never stops. The coonery never fucking ends. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share.
His War in Chiraq series went viral, and the fans were now aware of the ongoing Chicago gang war, particularly as it pertained to the rappers involved.
How many people do you think have died in the war in Chiraq?
Thousands.
This past weekend, at least 52 people were shot, 8 of them killed.
In the following years, between 2011 and 2020, 5,518 people were murdered in Chicago, to the amusement of self-proclaimed Chiraqologists, who created a Reddit page, which now has over 175,000 members.
But I'd never seen a place where life was valued less than Chicago. To this day, I've never been to Chicago because of that.
I feel like things bad everywhere. Things just bad in Chicago because like this shit came like a movie to people. Like when it first got famous, people started like, it was like we was characters. Like damn, like you got me look like an assassin.
Drilling itself is an energy that once people latch onto that shit and you become invested in the story, it's like a soundtrack to a movie, and it sounds bad to say, but it's a soundtrack to a movie that you're watching live. You know, I'm looking at this not like on some voyeuristic like, yo, oh shit, this is like entertaining. I'm like horrified. What I try to do is satire, hoping people could look at them like, that looks ridiculous. These dudes, like, they're disgusting, right? People took it and they ran with it.
Everything I thought that people would be like, yo, this is some sick shit, they loved.
We have a bloodthirsty audience, especially in music. The more people die, when someone gets locked up, their streams are through the roof. Music sales, going through the roof. Trust me. I was a driving force in getting some of these guys, other than Keef, eyes and attention and ears to some of their stuff.
Did you feel responsible for like inflaming gang tension on the streets by covering things?
Hell no. But let me tell you this, accountability is hard to take, man. They say, yo, well, you gave people nicknames. And when you gave someone a nickname of Grim Reaper, some other guy is going to start killing more to try to get that nickname. And I'm like, I don't believe I caused any murder. But if my videos, because they were popular, instigated any two parties, I'll take blame for that. But motherfucker, if you picked up the gun, I'm not taking blame for what you did, right? When I started covering war in Chirac, niggas was dying every day already. I was on Twitter watching people bleed out, and I was like, I can't believe this is, like, people getting shot like dogs, bleeding down, everybody filming it. And then you go on social media and everybody saying, I'm smoking on the pack. So you gotta take blame for you doing that. The parents gotta take blame for not being in the kid's life. The cops gotta take blame for them basically just like throwing their hands up in the air and saying, let everybody kill each other. Like these motherfuckers, like, everybody wants an easy scapegoat.
Listen, stop acting like a bitch ass nigga and just fight, bro. Leave the pipes alone, fight. Oh, it's so fucked up now. It's like a 12-year-old just said, I'll pop you. So another 12-year-old. You like, bro, just fight him.
Why do you think that happens?
Cause yeah, motherfucker think it's about being a shooter or a killer. Music played a part. But music wasn't 100% why everybody doing this. It's your fucking mama and your fucking daddy. You get what I'm saying? It's your mama and your daddy, bro. It usually be your environment, but it's your mama and your fucking daddy. It's about how you getting raised, blood. Like, raise your fucking kids right.
I don't think it's drill music at all, I promise you. If we was to take drill music away right now, and it be regular hip hop, it's still gonna be the same type of violence. Everybody wanna be a character now for the internet.
On social media, beefing, making threats, making crazy comments, like going on live, you know, it's like, you know, waving the gun in the fucking camera. You know, it's like, it's almost like a competition to see who can push it the furthest and get the most attention. Because, you know, there is a fair amount of clout chasing, and, you know, that is a toxic element.
And clout chasing, never heard of it.
That way, do you think that drill is like bad for society?
No, because the thing is, like, the realities of what is being discussed in that music was there before the music was there. The music is just an expression of that. It's just a reaction to that. Like, when you're talking about inner city gun violence, you're talking about poverty, you're talking about poor education systems, you're talking about, like, low access to food, you're talking about low economic opportunities. Those are the
kinds...
kinds...
What is this, I don't know, interview setup? A chair on, like, I guess that's some sort of lawnmower? Super interesting.
Solutions that you would need to apply to that situation.
If you could go back in time, would you make War in Chirac again?
You know, I've grown. Was it appropriate? Probably wouldn't do that again. I wouldn't do it again just because I think we're dealing with mental illness in Chicago. And when you see people are kids, these people who are doing murders, like Ronald No. 9 was like 17, doing drills and all that type of shit. It's easy to be outraged and also say, damn, how could you guys take a life so easily? But also you got to think about the cycle of mental issues that they're having, the trauma that they're suppressing.
After the success of the War in Chirac series, Academics' formula was replicated hundreds of times, creating a concentrated YouTube algorithm that turned gang drama into an online mega industry. One of the channels in this algorithm is called No Jumper, which is quite different from the War in Chirac, but nonetheless features many
turning like drama into an entire industry, also like unheard of, especially in the Twitch space, Twitch politics space.
Interviews with gang-related rappers.
Do you even know about gang shit when you first moved to Florida? When did you actually become a 5'5" Crip? You are widely known to be associated with the Hoovers. Some of the dudes who got caught up for this murder are like actual rappers who have videos out with many, many thousands of views. Again, like you say, a lot of the stories are hypothetical, but in this one, you actually mentioned that a specific rapper from Chicago called a girl 6 times while you were hanging out with her.
Right, it just ran. You see what I'm saying? The shit just be going, man, you know.
So, I went on the podcast and spoke to the host, Adam22, about the ethics of producing monetized gang content.
Do you think drill music is bad for society?
Yeah, definitely.
How come?
Because people are in gangs killing each other and making songs about it and making it sound super cool. And even me as like a 38-year-old fucking white man, I listen to it and I think that it sounds kind of cool, and I struggle with that. But definitely I think it's probably, as much as I like listen to it, it's probably got to be a net negative for society, right? Just the romanticization of violence in general.
Do you think you help make it look cool?
I don't know. I feel like when they're on a beat with a fucking 808 going crazy and they're able to like rhyme and make less sense, that probably is like when it sounds coolest. Because they don't really talk about that in interviews, right? I mean, most of like all the Chicago like gang members or whatever, it's like the amount of like street shit you're gonna be able to get them to talk about in an interview is pretty minimal in comparison to the stuff that they're essentially saying in their songs.
It just must be crazy because like you talk to so many people who like have died recently. Like
Like you're like the last person to interview FBG Cash.
Right there. His name's on the wall.
Yeah. Do you feel any responsibility for like inflaming like gang beef by having so many gang members use this platform to promote themselves?
No, because I mean, I feel like this is a hip hop platform that long ago has kind of been clear to me that that's more or less the gist of what we're doing, you know? Like there was a long time where I didn't do any street shit, you know, in the beginning it was mostly like SoundCloud type stuff and more like avant-garde, you know, internet shit. We've gone more in that direction, and like a lot of like it's also the direction rap's gone in. It's tough to get away from the fact that the fans just want what they want. You know, as a content creator, you kind of have to follow the incentives to a certain extent. It's just been taken to the point where the fans like want this shit to be.
I don't know if you have to, but I understand why many people do.
Real. They don't want to hear you say, "I'll shoot you if you come near me." They want to hear you say, "So and so from the other side got killed because he fucked with me." Like the fans are really drawn to that kind of immersion, I guess.
Whenever you grew up here, did you guys spend a lot of time in other parts of Chicago? Like, did you ever go like downtown or to other areas, or were you mostly here?
I spent a lot of years inside this gate.
Have you been to like a Cubs game or anything? No. You guys want to go to the White Sox game with us?
Yeah, we go.
White Sox, go White Sox! Let's fucking White Sox! Go Sox!
Fuck the Cubs, fuck the Orioles, fuck the Yankees, White Sox.
White Sox! 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 Go Cubs! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox! White Sox!
They represent the South Side pride, that blue collar man.
Like the South Side's way better than the North Side.
Never wear condoms unless you have to.
What's the situation in which you'd have to use a condom?
Every time.
Never.
I'm married, so I haven't actually used condoms in 15 years. Raw dog stands for Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow only.
Sorry. Boss Top, what do you think about condoms?
What I think about condoms? I got 6 kids right there.
Raw dog all day long. Jack Harlow is not my type.
What makes White Sox fans different from other fans?
Sometimes they wear white socks, but not on a regular basis.
Loyalty.
Why?
Why? Are you guys from Chicago?
No.
No? Exactly.
What do you think your most controversial opinion is?
Like, what do you mean about that?
For example, I believe that aliens have visited the United States of America.
So do I. I also believe that the earth is not round. I also believe that the government is hiding a lot of shit from us. I also believe that the government has taken over our country.
Like, you think the Earth is flat for real?
Huh?
You think the Earth is flat?
I think that's also, I would agree, the government has taken over the United States of America. I think the government is in charge of the United States of America.
We have ideology, right? We have ideas. So, like, who are we to judge?
White Sox hamburgers, Comiskey dog, right here. We got 2 patties, 2 scoops of cheddar cheese, and we put the pico and dagaya on top. Say it ain't so, Joe. Hamburger, 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 hamburger.
What's your biggest fear in the world?
Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog.
How do you feel about the rapper Yeet?
He's alright.
Can you name 5 songs?
Turban, mad about that, sorry about that. Money is so big, and what's it called? Shit.
What's your favorite thing about Yeet?
It's the music.
What would you say if Yeet was here right now?
I don't know.
What would you say if you could be digitally connected with Yeet in some form? Come on, Yeet, answer the goddamn phone. God damn it.
We love Yeet! We made it! We actually made it here, guys. Fucking drink to that. We are like the epitome of sperm. We are sperm at its best.
You're a philosopher.
I consider myself a philosopher, yes. You guys want to hear my whole philosophy?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. You guys watching this? This is my philosophy. You just saw it happen. I didn't know that guy. I could not associate with him of any particle of my own being, but I let him go through because he's a fellow human being, you know. So his agenda you got to consider that. And he wanted to go through. It wasn't like you know, like negatively imperative to me, so I let him through. That's what I think we should all do, you know? Try to fucking make it better for everybody, if you can. Different team, might be the same team in the long run, we don't know. Might be different teams right now, could end up being on the same team, but, you know, right now, he's not on my team because I don't know who the hell he is, but we're both at the Sox game, so I guess we're not on the same team in that sense.
I need y'all for that documentary deal for sure. So
For sure.
I'm
Definitely do it.
I'm really push out a tune.
Okay. Not gonna lie, I don't really know what I just watched. Or I don't know, I have some loose idea of what I just watched. But yeah, I'm going to end the stream here. It's been a great stream. Thank you to everyone that passed by. Let's see if there's anybody to raid to. Oh, Jason Society is streaming. We're gonna raid out him. All right, yeah, it's been great. And actually, I streamed for much longer than I anticipated, but I kind of like lost track of time. So I want to thank everyone that passed by, or I'm going to do my best to thank everyone that passed by. Let me have my opinions. Thank you. Oily Olive, Bob Marley, Deflux, Avenging Pineapple, Desolate Mirror, Moon. Thank you so much for passing by. Dankly, and I'm going to be missing a lot of people. Bokkel, and thank you for the new follows. Well, Jizzface, thank you for the follow. Dankly, Diet Coke for life. Sir Leviticus, also thank you for the follow and for passing by. Flash the Blind, Aroma Joan. Oh yeah, Globus the Elder. Thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Oh yeah, and it's been yeah, a really great stream. So I plan to stream next. I'm hoping tomorrow, but if not, probably Monday or Tuesday. But I do hope to stream tomorrow because there's actually a lot of content that I like wanted to cover on this stream that I didn't get to cover. But I don't say that as a negative thing. It was just that, like, you know, a lot of people were asking great questions and I wanted to answer them as best I could. So we just like went down a little bit of a rabbit hole, which is totally good with me. So give a follow to Jason Society. They're a very based lefty streamer, and also do great content. And yeah, can't thank everyone enough. And until next time, take care and be well.
Is not throwing substance-free slurs at the other side. He's
welcome in.